O-M-G.
Then it progressed through the magic arts, witchcraft, including Arab magicians, druids, witches and Satanists, astrology, in which it was no new thing. Through the Kabbalah to Isaac Luria, a Kabbalist, in the 16th century, to Meyer Amschelbauer, who changed his name to this symbol, to Zionism, to the Knesset of the new State of Israel, Toth Flag of Israel and its medical organization equivalent to the Red Cross. What is the ultimate goal of Zionism? David Ben-Gurion, a Zionist leader, tells us, with the exception of the USSR. As a federated Eurasian state, all other continents will become united in a world alliance, at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more wars. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly united nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents. Simply stated, Zionism, with Rothschild support, promotes a new world order. The Rothschild control of Israel is immense. Number 1. Edmund established trusts that make massive donations to Israel. Biographer Virginia Cowles explains, originally the principal trust was known as PICA, Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, but when it became clear, after the establishment of the State of Israel, that colonization would be handled by the government, its functions were changed. Edmund's son, James, renamed it Hanadif, the Hebrew word for benefactor, by which his father was known throughout Palestine, and at the same Timorah channeled the trust's funds to the promotion of education, science and culture. When James died in 1957, his widow, Dolly, assumed the presidency, which she still holds. For many years, she has been powerfully assisted by Lord Victor Rothschild, and recently, she has enlisted the help of the latter son, Lord Jacob. The trust knows no boundaries. In the 1960s, it carried out James' wishes by providing money for the Knesset, the new parliament building in Jerusalem. Today, its beneficiaries range from universities, hospitals and public libraries to archaeological digs, from the board of the Weizmann Scientific Institute to the organizers of instructional television. Number 2. Edmund is the most race-conscious of all the Rothschilds. He is on the board of many Jewish philanthropies, including president of the Association of Jewish Ex-Servicemen and Women, joint treasurer of the Council of Christians and Jews and treasurer of the Friends of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. In 1967, he sent a letter to the Times magazine suggesting Great Britain, Russia, and the US all chip in and build desalination plants for Israel, so that the desert could be turned into a lush garden, with plenty of food and nothing to fight over. I have found that number 2. Edmund loves to come up with cock-aim scientific suggestions towards the solution of world problems. For example, in an address to the organizers of the UN's Earth Summit, he suggested building massive edry ice machines on the polar capes to prevent their melting in the face of global warming. #2 Edmund is also a warden of the Great Synagogue in London. He is the senior member of New Court in London, and is a member of the Illuminati's Pilgrim Society. Number 3 Edmund is an entrepreneur. He is very involved in tourism, and has funded many luxury resorts in Israel. He controls Compagnie Financière, which is his holding company in France. He owns Banque Privée in Switzerland, and a Merchant Bank in Paris. He controls the largest toy company, and the largest frozen food company in France. He is a director of Belgium's Bank Lambert, and of De Beers Consolidated Mines in South Africa. He is on the steering committee of the Bilderbergers. And his interests extend into Israel, where he is the chairman of Tricontinental Pipelines, chairman of the Israel Corporation, and chairman of ISROP, which controls the Israel General Bank. The list continues. Number 3. Edmund is on the board of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He directs the Middle East Peace Institute, which he founded in 1967. He regularly donates money to the Biological Physiochemical Institute, which was founded by his grandfather, Number 1 Edmund. He sits on the boards of a dozen or so hospitals and scientific institutes. Number 3 Edmund is considered the richest Rothschild. He has massive power, and this includes control of much of Israel. The Rothschilds have even had a street named in their honor. The First International Bank of Israel is located at 39 Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv. Bank Hapoalim, Israel's fastest growing bank, is next door at 50 Rothschild Boulevard. The satanic Rothschilds simply dominate Israel. Apparently, Israel has served as the meeting grounds for the French and English Rothschilds. The French and English houses contributed over $1 million to Israel around the time of the Six-Day War. It is reported that when Baron Alain of the French house visited Israel, he burst into tears at the sight of the Walling Wall. Baroness Alex of the French house is the world president of Youth Aliyah, which deals with the emigration of Jewish children to Israel. Evelyn of the English House is chairman of the Board of Governors of the Technion, Israel's Institute of Technology. The satanic Rothschilds simply dominate Israel. The Rothschilds help Satan's empire control the world's resources, the world's nations, and the world's religions. They are an institution in conspiracy, and if one looks carefully, the path of their destructive reign can be followed through the history of the past 3 centuries. This article will be continued in the next newsletter, where it will discuss the House of Rothschild in the 20th century. Bibliography. Corti, Count Egon Caesar. The Rise of the House of Rothschild. Boston, Los Angeles, Western Islands, 1972. Copyright 1928 by Cosmopolitan Books Corporation. Graham, O.J. The 6-Point Star. Fletcher, North Carolina, New Puritan Library, 1984. Springmeyer, Fritz. Be Wise as Serpents. Portland, Oregon, privately published, 1991. Cowles, Virginia. The Rothschilds, A Family of Fortune. New York, Alfred A. Knopf Incorporated, 1973. Morton, Frederick. The Rothschilds, A Family Portrait. New York, Collier Books, 1961, Introduction and Epilogue 1991. Miller, Edith Starr. Occult Theocracy. Los Angeles, California. 1933. Epperson, Rafe A. The Unseen Hand. Tucson, A.R., Publius Press, 1985. Introduction T.O. Part 2OF. The ROTHSCHILDSBY. Fritz Springmeier Lenin said that the establishment of a central bank was 90% of communizing a nation. Lenin himself and Trotsky were required to place MI6 operatives in key positions during the Russian Revolution. And these operatives were in turn controlled by the satanic elite back in London, England. It is no secret that the Rothschilds play a major role in international bankers, and that various Rothschilds like Lord Victor Rothschild have played major roles in MI6. I mention these 2 items to drive home what should be an obvious condition. I mention these two items to drive home what should be an obvious confusion. The Rothschilds are major players in the control of the world and the New World Order. There is so much activity on the part of the modern-day Rothschilds that the controlled news media censorship, which protects the Rothschilds, have not been able to screen out everything. There are STL tidbits. There is so much activity on the part of the modern-day Rothschilds that the controlled news media censorship, which protects the Rothschilds, have not been able to screen out everything. There are STL tidbits here and there that filter through the controlled media censorship. Still, my search continues for descendants of the Rothschilds who are willing to expose what the Rothschilds are all about. I have found a few. One who I have not had the opportunity to interview yet is the husband of Rebecca Brown. One who I have not had the opportunity to interview yet is the husband of Rebecca Brown. It is reported that Rebecca Brown's husband was an Illuminatus of the Rothschild bloodline, and that he escaped them and has been attempting to do some exposure of their satanic practices. According to what I have been told, they wanted to skin him alive. I have unfortunately not been able to interview Rebecca Brown Yoda's husband, who has been called by the Lord to strengthen the end-time church. Their power ISEXTENSIVE Peter Rupert Lord Carrington, who is the chairman of the Bilderbergers, has been the Rothschilds' director of their Rio Tinto Zinc Corporation. He also is director of Barclays Bank and part of the Trilateral Commission. François Mitterrand, who has led France, is an extremely close friend of the Rothschilds. I point these two men out just to portray to the reader the extensive power the Rothschilds wield behind the scenes. What they call their bloodline in the Illuminati. During Illuminati ceremonies, when candidates are presented for approval at the Sisters of Ute and the Mothers of Darkness levels, the bloodline of the Rothschilds is actually called the Rothschild bloodline, although it was originally went by the name Bauer. And many of the descendants today continue to be Bowers and Bowers. The name Rothschild was the occult name that the Bowers personally And many of the descendants today continue to be Bowers and Bowers. The name, Rothschild, was the occult name that the Bowers personally chose for their bloodline to be power broker in Latin America. One of my friends from South America got to personally witness the destruction of South America by Rothschild interests. One item that I am familiar with from history, and which I can't help thinking about, is how the nation of Bolivia in 1908 had the fine distinction of having absolutely no foreign debt. However, However, in 1908 the Morgans of America loaned Bolivia money, and in 1917 Chandler and Company loaned them $2.40 million. Thus began the plunge of a free nation into economic slavery to the Illuminati's international bankers. The point is that nations like Bolivia, if left alone, would have been far better off. People don't realize that the People don't realize that the problems these banana republics have is to a large degree being caused by powerful outsiders like the Rothschilds, who then direct organizations like the IMF to save these poor nations. When the Rothschilds set themselves up in Brazil, they set up to be there permanently. They came in during the 19th century. They came in during the 19th century. The Rothschilds and other British interests played a major role in Brazil's railway system, which became a law unto itself. Just as the secret history of the railway tycoons reveals a great deal about the secret elite in the United States, so it also does in Brazil. Later Henry Kaiser and Nelson Rockefeller moved into South America, including Brazil, to promote their capitalistic visions. They promoted the light industrialization of Latin America and its economic interdependence in the 1950s and 1960s. The Scroll and Key Society is one of the Illuminati's secret entry points at Yale University. The Scroll and Key Society financed a book by Elizabeth A. Cobbs entitled The Rich Neighbor Policy, Rockefeller and Kaiser in Brazil. This book, Yale University, 1992, p. 248, states that Brazilians have looked to Rockefeller as their connection to the United States. Other elite families besides the Rothschilds have also substantial Latin American economic control, such as the DuPonts. The Bloodlines are secret. One of the principal points that should be borne in mind is that the actual occult power of the Rothschild bloodline is hidden in secret lineages. Although the Rothschilds make up part of the Rothschild bloodline, people should also watch out for names such as Bauer, Bowers, Sassoons, and many other last names. People within the Illuminati who have Rothschild blood are aware of their secret ancestry, but outsiders in the world are more often than not are never going to be told that they carry such powerful occult blood. Above the LAW, the story of what happened to Bank Cal, which was the oldest bank in California, illustrates how powerful the Rothschilds are in the United States. The details of this story come from the San Jose Calif Mercury News, January 12, 1992. I was somewhat surprised that the article appeared considering the strength of the Rothschilds. Sometimes corruption at the top stinks so bad that it can't be suppressed entirely. The United States has the Securities Exchange Commission, SEC, in place to protect the American public from stock fraud. During the 1980s, there were 3 highly publicized cases of fraud that the SEC uncovered. These 3 cases created widespread confidence within the American public that stock market trading was in general honestly traded. The story of what Edmund Rothschild, full name is Edmund Adolphe Jules Jacques Maurice Baron de Rothschild, did with Bank Cal exposed to the world that men like the Rothschilds do not have to play by the same rules as everyone else. They are literally above the law. The powerful Illuminati control the law. In 1973, the CEO of Bank Cal, de Bretteville, sold Edmund Rothschild 300,000 shares of Bancal Tri-State Corporation, 22% of the holding company for the Bank of California. De Bretteville had originally asked 2 English Rothschild cousins if they wanted to purchase the stock. These two cousins then called two French Rothschild cousins, who then called Edmund in Geneva, Switzerland for assistance. Edmund told them he would help them buy it, and that after he purchased it, he would turn around and dividend with his relatives. He lied. And over the next few years, he would continue to lie to numerous people about his intents for the bank. De Bretteville says, "He lied to his family and he lied to me. It was a dirty deal all around." Bank of California had the only banking franchise at the time which was seen all three Pacific Rim states, OR, WA, CA. It turned out that the Bank of California was like a piece of art to Rothschild. He had no intention of improving the bank, he simply wanted it for his collection of companies. Edmund already owned companies in Brazil, toy companies, 10% in De Beers Minningen so. Africa, joint business ventures with Robert Vesco, and 30% of Club Mediterranean which Edmund co-founded. Club Mediterranean was created out of the idea that others of the elite would enjoy seaside playgrounds, like those he and his mother cavorted at when he was a youngster. Edmund went on to marry a chorus girl named Nadine. Actually, sources indicate that the Baron Edmund had wanted to give the Bank of California to his only son, Benjamin de Rothschild, as a graduation present. But Benji, who was going to Pepperdine University, was more interested in partying. Benji lived high on the hog, at a fabulous California beach house, while flunking school, and living wildly. Apparently, his father decided his son wasn't ready for a graduation present. In fact, he left Pepperdine University after 4 years with 31 credits, 97 short to graduate, and went back home to Chateau Pregny on the shore of Lake Geneva near Geneva, Swiss. It wasn't until 1989 that Benjamin stepped forward into the world of finance by launching his law company de Treasurer Benjamin de Rothschild. The San Jose Mercury. January 12, 1992 reported, the longtime chief executive of the Blue Blood San Francisco Bank invited Rothschild to invest. Banking regulators encouraged Rothschild to take charge. Securities investigators ignored the frenzy of trading overseas and later, the documentation of insider trading. The bank's directors fawned while the Baron used it as a personal plaything. "This is not what made this country great," says Bill Miles, a former BankCal vice president. "This is greed, all the way through." Edmund Rothschild only purchased a minority of BankCal's shares, but he was still able to totally control the company. He was also able to manipulate its stock prices and carry out insider trading without the Securities and Exchange Commission watching it. Edmund named 2 representatives to the board of directors. The first was George Coulon Carl Weiss, a patrician Swiss banker who worked for Edmund. The other was George Shapiro, a New York lawyer who knew nothing about banking. Edmund has called George Shapiro his godfather and his guardian angel. Then Edmund replaced de Bretteville as CEO with his man Chauncey Schmidt. Edmund had agreed to leave de Bretteville in his position as a condition to purchase BankCal shares, but when he chose to renege on his agreement, he did without compassion. Bank board meetings became a game of, what does Edmund think? Edmund on his part threw parties that enamored him to San Francisco's high society. Edmund carried out a series of actions which dropped the value of BankCal's stock drastically. Financial advisors and securities analysts convinced small stockholders to sell their Bank CL stock, which they then did for rock-bottom price as little as $16 a share. Rothschild bought some at that price. Some of Rothschild's secret proxies paid slightly higher prices. Most of the stock went to anonymous investors trading through private banks protected by secrecy laws. Nearly 20% of the bank's stock was sold by misled shareholders and was sold to secret European bank accounts. The Baron and his friends secretly began buying the bank stock after it had hit rock bottom prices. During 1979 to 1981, more than 15% of Bank of California stock was sold in Europe. Such an abrupt shift in a stock's trading pattern is supposed to set off alarms with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Instead, the Securities and Exchange Commission turned a blind eye to all the insider trading. The European buyers bought their cheap stock as secretly as possible. They did not openly shop through American brokerages. Instead, they bought small and therefore unremarkable blocks of stock through dozens of private banks in Switzerland, the Netherlands, Germany, Luxembourg. The Baron told his friends that he would sell Bank Cal, while he publicly gave the appearance that the company was not for sale. For instance, publicly it was announced that David Rockefeller, as well as the elite's front man for BCCI Gaith Farron, had both taped with Edmund Rothschild about the purchase of Bank Cal. According to what the public was led to believe, Rothschild said he would not sell his shares in the bank. Jean-Marc Weems, a buddy of Edmund, bought 310,000 shares through a defunct Asian mining company. He was anonymous until Edmund Rothschild nominated him to the bank's board of directors. After gathering up shares at rock-bottom prices, Rothschild announced an official change of heart to sell the bank at $50 a share. Rothschild then sold this supposedly American bank to the Japanese, Mitsubishi, to be exact, and made a killing off of his manipulations and insider trading. In March 1982, Mitsubishi began secret negotiation to buy the bank, which they codenamed Snoopy. Over the years, stockholders had watched various companies offer $74 a share, $60 a share, and other good terms only to be rebuffed. When Rothschild finally sold for $50 a share to the Japanese, it was clear that his whole goal had been to cheat stockholders to ensure a big cash reward for himself. Richard Freeman, a large stockholder who had sold, sued Rothschild and the directors for cheating him on his stock. The $25 million lawsuit was settled out of court, with all parties swearing not to disclose how much Freeman got for having lost money due to Rothschild's stock manipulations. The Round Table Group David Smith, who has written the following article on the Rothschilds for this newsletter, asked me to explain, in this introduction, about Rothschild and the Round Table Group. The men who formed Milner's Round Table Group, from the various clues in their lives, were by and large secret Satanists. Rhodes and Stead created a secret society, which had a circle of initiates. This circle included such names as Albert, Lord Grey, Arthur, Lord Balfour, Sir Harry Johnston, and Lord Rothschild. Milner was on the executive committee of this secret group. Carroll Quigley dates the start of the group as March 1891. Apparently, the Rothschilds helped finance this secret society. In 1909 to 1913, this secret society in turn formed round table groups in British dependencies and the US. 8 of these round table groups were still functioning into the 1970s. Sir Abe Bailey supported the Round Table Group's quarterly magazine, called The Round Table, in 1919. Sir Abe Bailey and the ASDs financed the creation of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, which in turn created daughter organizations such as the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States. The RIIA is also sometimes called Chatham House. The first round table group of the Rhode-Milner group was sometimes called the Cliveden set, because they often met at the Aestir's Cliveden estate. Terence O'Brien's biography describes Milner's relationship to the Rothschilds as very close. Lord Alfred Milner, 1854 to 1925, frequently visited the Rothschilds, stayed overnight with various Rothschilds, and even had some sleepless nights with them, without explanation as to why. Milner also worked for Rothschild as a director of Rio Tinto. Three Illuminati families stand out in the creation of the Round Table groups, which then became the RIIA and the CFR and related groups. These are the Rothschilds, Aestirs, and Greys. The Bailey family also shows up an important generational satanic family. The RIIA and its various branches, such as the CFR, are very powerful today. In My Be Wise as Serpents book, readers can find a chart showing the role the CFR plays in the policy process of the US. The Rothschilds Part 2. B.Y. David Smith. The Rothschild family reached a peak in its power during the Age of Metternich, 1814 to 1848, but as the century waned, so did Rothschild power. They still held a considerable amount of influence, but their veto power was not as strong as it had been before the revolutionary overthrow of Metternich's Europe. This lagging power was nothing that could not be reversed, though, and last half of the 19th century was spent manufacturing another incredible climb upward. The new rise in power came about during the reign of the New Trinity, Alphonse of France, Lionel, England, and Anselm, Vienna. The succeeding generations of these three family leaders were the catalysts of new family order. An excellent example of Rothschild power in the late 19th century is the family's dealings with the Illuminati Habsburgs. In order to be court-worthy for the Habsburgs, you had to have 4 ancestral lines of nobility, and you had to be baptized. Yet Emperor Francis Joseph gave the Rothschilds a special act of grace in 1887. From then on, the house was allowed to be on close terms with the Habsburgs. This was a considerable act. The European nobility are very serious about their aristocratic rules. Francis Joseph was not very close to the house, but his wife was a good friend of Rothschilds. Another great example of Rothschild influence is their direct involvement on both sides of the Austro-Prussian and Franco-Prussian wars. Bismarck, dictator of Prussia, was a sort offson to Father Amschel of Frankfurt. After Amschel died, Bismarck remained close to the Rothschilds, although he had occasional quibbles with the family. Bismarck's banker, Bleichröder, was a Rothschild agent and the richest man in Berlin. He was invaluable to Bismarck as the financier of the dictator's wars with Austria and France. In Austria, the Habsburgs were at least publicly implored by Alphonse and Anthony of Paris and Anselm of Vienna to avoid a war with the ambitious Prussian dictator at all costs. Of all the international banking families, the Rothschilds appeared to be in favor of peace the most, although this was probably a ruse. "We want peace at any price," said Anthony de Rothschild. "What do we care about Germany, or Austria or Belgium? That sort of thing is out of date." But the Austrians gave in to Bismarck's provocations and embarked on a war with Prussia in 1866. The Rothschilds had all congregated in London for a family wedding the year before. It is possible the wedding was used as an excuse to assemble the family together to discuss a plan of action concerning the upcoming events. Austria had been warned. In 7 weeks the war was over. Bismarck had crushed the Austrians. The war had been financed by Rothschild agent Bleichröder. Then Bismarck began to provoke France. Napoleon III was in the pocket of the head of all the Rothschilds, Alphonse de Rothschild of the Paris house. In fact, the two even shared the same mistress. Alphonse also had access to Bismarck. He was on both sides of the track, so to speak. Then, very possibly under Rothschild direction, Bismarck began to try to put a German prince on the Spanish throne. Napoleon III responded by telling Alphonse that France could not allow such a thing, and unless England intervened diplomatically, he would have no choice but to go to war against Prussia. The emperor wished to use the Rothschilds' courier and agent system to relay this message to England. Baron Alphonse did so, sending the message to Nathaniel de Rothschild at New Court, who relayed it to a close family friend and former Prime Minister Gladstone. England happened to be without a Prime Minister at that time. Gladstone, shedding, I believe, a light on the family's own opinions, answered the message with a refusal to intervene. The stage was set. Although Bismarck withdrew his Spanish candidate, the frictions between France and Prussia had become irreconcilable. Napoleon III declared war on Prussia in 1870. Explained one biographer, no one foresaw the fall of France. Indeed, crowned beads and statesmen alike believed that at long last Bismarck had taken on an impossible task. Despite everyone's confidence in France, Alphonse sent his family to England. He apparently knew better. Napoleon III suffered a terrible defeat. His empire came to an end. This war was also financed by the Rothschild agent, Bleichroder. Here comes the great puzzle concerning the whole affair. Biographers, using diaries and such, seem to think the Rothschilds were very distraught over Napoleon III's loss. But it also appears they were behind the whole mess. Perhaps the fear of the unpredictability of the new revolution caused this dismay. Perhaps it is just Rothschild disinformation. Perhaps their plan was to keep connections on both sides of the conflict and ride out the storm, but they were upset because their philosophical loyalty was to France, although I find this hard to believe. The family had their hands in both sides of the conflict. It even appears they manufactured the conflict. Why the outcome might have upset them, I have no idea. I personally believe the House of Rothschild wanted to get rid of Napoleon Ill and his empire, which is exactly what happened. The Third Republic was set up in France. After the war, the French economy was devastated. The Rothschild agent, Junius Morgan, was brought in to help restore the French financial situation. He made a large profit. As you can see, the Rothschilds' involvement in the Austro-Prussian and Franco-Prussian wars was significant, even though they were crying peace. French House, late 19th and early 20th century. Alphonse, of the New Trinity, was the fourth bead of the House of Rothschild. He was an aristocratic man, and friend of many prominent leaders of his day. He was also an adulterer, his most notable affair being with the Comtesse de Castiglione. He and his wife were called the most lavish entertainers of their day. The sophisticated Alphonse was even friends with Belgium's King Leopold and England's Prince of Wales. He also improved upon his inherited network of Rothschild agents, an underground system that would continue to grow well after his death. He was one of best informed men of his day. His older sister Charlotte married Nathaniel of the English house. His brother Gustave also had an affair with the Comtesse de Castiglione. His youngest brother, Edmund I, was a genius and a main figure in the creation of a Jewish homeland in Israel. He helped divide the world soil between Shell and the Rockefeller Standard Oil. His other brother Salomon James married a Frankfurt Rothschild, and is the subject of a weird circumstance described by biographer Virginia Cowles. In 1864, Baron James' third son, the brilliantly clever Salomon James, dropped dead. The boy had become a compulsive gambler, which had caused his father great anxiety, as anyone with the Rothschild name was given unlimited financial credit. Apparently Salomon died of a heart attack which fascinated the Goncourt brothers. Cabras, Rothschild's doctor, one of them wrote, told Saint Victor that the young Rothschild, who died the other day, really died of the excitement of gambling on the stock exchange. Imagine it, a Rothschild dead of a paroxysm over money. However, if the Goncourt brothers had known the details of a previous heart attack suffered by Salomon, they would have been even more enthralled. 3 years earlier Salomon had dropped dead. He had been placed in a coffin, and, according to Jewish custom, carried into every room in the house. One of the pallbearers had stumbled, the coffin had crashed into a door, and Salomon had woken up. Not for another 3 years was he well and truly buried. This story could lead to all sorts of speculation. De Rothschild Frères, the French house bank, was very powerful. Paroxysm.
That seal I passed must be broken. But what did that creature mean by protecting Sladian?
De Rothschild Frères, the French house bank, was very powerful. It got its hands into electrical industries, the development of the Mediterranean Railway, and North African business. It also controlled, with the British House, the Baku oil fields in Russia, which made the Rothschilds the main competitors of the Rockefeller Trust. The oil business was principally run by Edmond I. When Alphonse died in 1905, the new generation of the French house came under the charge of Baron Edouard, a quiet and very rich man. Edouard was a director of the Bank of France. Baron Edouard also ran the de Rothschild Frères with his cousin, Robert, who married a beer, son of Gustave. Robert's sister, Alice Caroline, married Sir Edward A. Soon. These two carried de Rothschild Frères through the tumult of the First World War. Their policies were passive, as they extremely protective of the family wealth. Baron Edouard and Robert had close business dealings with J.P. Morgan. One of the operations of the Morgan French Rothschild combine involved economic manipulation that allowed the Vienna house to almost fully regain the losses that the Austrian Rothschilds had incurred during World War I. The son of Edmond I, James Armand de Rothschild, carried on the Israel work of his father after Edmond I's death in 1934. James Armand's brother, Maurice, was the black sheep of the Rothschilds' new French generation. Maurice was a banker and a senator in the French Parliament. Maurice was a very scandalous figure in the aristocratic scene. He was known as Don Juan de Rothschild. Said one biographer, some PAP went as far as to claim that one had to be seduced, or at least pinched by Baron Maurice if one was a woman, or affronted by Baron Maurice if a man. No other personage surpassed him in enriching the delicious scandal of his times. Thus a new French generation began the 20th century, the undynamic Baron Edouard leading the way. British House, late 19th and early 20th. Wanel de Rothschild, of the New Trinity, brought the British House into the late 19th century. Wanel was a very powerful man. He ran New Court shrewdly and financed many prominent ventures, such as Cecil Rhodes' gold and diamond mines and the purchase of the Suez Canal. He was also the first Jewish member of parliament. His sister, Charlotte, married another member of the New Trinity, Anselm of Vienna. Another sister married into the soon-to-be extinct Italian house. Lionel's brother Antony, who described the Rothschilds as complete slaves to business, married a Montefiore, and was knighted by the Queen, thus Sir Anthony de Rothschild. Lionel's next brother, Nathaniel, was the father of the Mountain Rothschilds. Nathaniel, though of the British house, loved France and moved to Paris in 1851. In 1853 he bought vineyards that became known as Moulin Rothschild, and he lived at these vineyards several months of the year. His descendants, the Moulin Rothschilds, are citizens of France, but are of the British house, except that their mother was a French Rothschild, but the male lineage is the most important in the Rothschild family. Another of Lionel's brothers, Baron Meyer, married a Cohen. Meyer built a spectacular house, Mentmore Towers. Said one woman, "I do not believe that the Medicis were ever so lodged at the height of their glory." The Mentmore Towers were turned over to Meyer's daughter, Hannah, when he died. Hannah married the Earl of Rosebery in 1878. The Earl of Rosebery became Prime Minister of England in 1894 to 95. The Mentmore Towers are still owned today by the son of Hannah, the current Earl of Rosebery. The Baron Meyer de Rothschild was a member of Parliament, never made a speech, and loved horse breeding and racing. He was the sporting member of the family. When Lionel died in 1879, a new generation of British Rothschild appeared on the scene, led by Lionel's aristocratic son, Nathaniel "Natty" de Rothschild. Natty took control of New Court, the Rothschilds' British banal. He was elected to the House of Commons in 1865, and then, in 1885, Queen Victoria made him a lord and he entered the House of Lords, the first Lord Rothschild. The intelligent and extroverted Natty was an ornate speechmaker, unlike his father, Lionel, and Uncle Meyer. Lord Natty has been described as exclusive, lofty, humorless, one of the three rudest men in England, selective, blunt, aloof, powerful, and a man with an explosive temper. A perfect representative of the ruling class. Said one biographer, although Natty lacked the soaring intelligence of his rough, unsociable grandfather Nathan, two-end head of the Rothschilds, he had a strong personality and the authoritative air of a man who is not accustomed to being contradicted. Lord Natty was a good friend of Prime Ministers Disraeli and Gladstone. He played the philanthropy game of the rich very well. The powerful head of New Court was known for his charities, especially to the Jews. He was called King of the Jews, as have many other Rothschilds. The haughty Lord Rothschild was even chairman of the British Red Cross. Lord Natty won the hearts of the London police, an effective measure when one is in the Illuminati. Every Christmas he presented them with a handsome check, and any officer could receive a four-course meal at his home. Hence, Rothschild carriages were always given the right of way in traffic. In business, Lord Natty was very conservative. He did not take very many risks, and looked only for safe family investments. His self-confidence told him to manage his wealth himself, and not trust his investments with people who might strike a painful blow to his riches. Natty was brusque and humorless, and did not suffer fools gladly. Nor could he allow his money into the hands of a fool. Caution was a necessary device as far as he was concerned. According to the writer Frank Harris, the Lord Rothschild told him, "I go to the bank, New Court, every morning, and when I say no, I return home at night without a worry. But when I say yes, it's like putting your finger into a machine. the whirring wheels may drag your whole body in after the finger. New Court was very powerful at this time. For example, it controlled the ruby mines in Burma, and the bank's operations covered most of South America. Brazil was the Rothschilds' preserve in South America, as Argentina was the preserve of London's other major banking family, the Barings. While Lord Natty's two brothers, Alfred and Leo, helped run New Court, Natty was almost totally calling the shots. Natty stood for finance, Alfred for the arts, Leo for sport. Son of the Queen, the Prince of Wales Albert College, Cambridge. They became good friends, and soon the prince was close friends with most of the British House and others of the Rothschild clan, including Natty's brothers, Alfred and Leo. The group of friends became known as the Marlborough Boys, named after the prince's Marlborough house at which they regularly gathered. The Marlborough Boys were intent on having fun. The small circle of partiers were living a life where wit took precedence over etiquette. The prince probably had a hand in convincing the queen to grant Natty peerage. The Rothschilds were suspected, rightfully so, of financing the prince's investments and paying off his debts. The prince later became King Edward VII of England. As you can see, Rothschild influence extends far and wide. Alfred, Lord Natty's brother, was an eccentric man. He had a zebra four in hand, a pet gaunt, a private philharmonic which be conducted, and a private circus which he would ringmaster. Needless to say, the Baron Alfred was a man with flair. He loved music, clothes, furniture, paintings, beautiful women, and above all, luxury. He was also involved in business. He worked at New Court, and was the first Jewish director of the Bank of England. The Baron was among those in charge of the last rites over Disraeli's dead body. Queen Victoria might have had an affair with Disraeli that the Rothschilds covered up. Alfred's demeanor was like that of a diplomat, and was very interested in foreign affairs. He was instrumental in easing the English-German tensions around the turn of the century. It was not to the Rothschilds' benefit to have war. Alfred parted with tradition when he gave, in his will, his great wealth to his daughter. His daughter, in turn, used some of that Rothschild money to fund their expedition into Egypt that discovered Tutankhamun's grave. Lord Natty's other brother, Baron Leopold de Rothschild, was not much of a businessman. He much more preferred horse racing and automobiles. He had the reputation of being a kind man. His wife, Maria Perugia, was the sister of Mrs. Arthur Sassoon. The First World War supposedly hurt the British House financially, although it appears their missing riches only went underground, but as always they bounced right back, in the eyes of the public. Thus a new British House of Rothschild began the 20th century, lofty Lord Natty leading the way. Austrian House, late 19th and early 20th century Baron Anselm von Rothschild, of the New Trinity, brought the Austrian house to the close of the 19th century. Anselm lived under the reputation of his father, Salomon, and his uncle, Amschel, with whom he spent a good deal of his time. But he did not necessarily ride their coat-tails. He proved his worth, so to speak. His most notable act being the creation Creditanstalt, which destroyed the financial challenger of the Rothschilds, Credit Mobilia. As a young man, Anselm was a bit wild and frivolous, so high. Father sent him away to apprentice. Anselm ended up working under his uncle Amschel in the Frankfurt Bank, which was doomed to future liquidation. Frankfurt mellowed HLM, and he lived there for 30 years. When his father died in 1855, Anselm returned to Vienna to take his father's place. He became a very active businessman. Anselm had influence in the Habsburg court. Baron Anselm's name was inscribed in the Golden Book of the Capitol, and in 1861, he had been made a member of the Imperial House of Lords. He also knew Bo to incur his wrath. One club in Austria refused him membership because B was a Jew. Baron Anselm simply bought a sewage disposable unit and installed it right next to the club. The smell was horrible. The Dub then tried to give him a membership card to mend the problem, but he returned the card doused in perfume and informed them that he would not move his sewage unit. The Rothschilds set off the financial crisis of 1873 in Vienna. SM Rothschild and Son totally controlled Hungarian finance. And Creditanstalt was the financial powerhouse of the Habsburg realm. Anselm's children carried on in Vienna after headed in 1874. Il's eldest son Nathaniel was an aristocrat who was not interested in banking, only fine art and history. Anselm's second son, Ferdinand, moved to England. Only Baron Albert von Rothschild, Anselm's youngest son, had a business inclination, and B was chosen to take over Creditanstalt. Baron Albert and Nathaniel were the two richest men in Austria. Baron Albert held controlling interest in innumerable industries ranging from coal to railways. And when, in 1881, he converted the famous 6% gold loan to Hungary, the bank was recognized as the greatest financial force in the empire. Albert was afraid of the common people, and he built a mansion that was more of a detail than a house. Its walls were 7 het high, and on top of that sat another 8 feet of iron fencing. Anselm's second son, Baron Ferdinand, was a member of Prince Edward's Marlborough Boys. He remained in England, becoming a naturalized citizen. Ferdy, as he was called, was an intellectual socialite. He built an incredibly grandiose mansion named Waddesdon Manor, one of the most awesome of all the Rothschild homes. The manor was so marvelous that the Queen herself paid it a visit. Visitors to its halls ranged from the Empress Frederick to the Shah of Persia. Ferdinand also had a zoo. One of Anselm's daughters also moved to England, Alice. The unmarried Alice was a very tyrannical person. In fact, she even yelled at the Queen when she saw her inadvertently trampling a flower bed. The Queen and Alice remained friends, and the Queen nicknamed Alice, the all-powerful Alice. Reigns absolutely, wrote a cousin. There is nothing constitutional about this monarchy. No wonder the Queen has named her the all-powerful. When Ferdinand died, Alice received Waddesdon Manor. Head of the Austrian house, Albert died in 1911. His son, none of his brothers had any children. Baron Louis became the head of the house. Louis brothers, Alphonse and Eugene, were gentlemen of leisure. Baron Louis and his two brothers both served in the Austrian army during World War I. The war supposedly split the Vienna house from the French and English houses. I don't believe this. The Austrian house's wealth had to go underground during the war. After the war ended, the French and English houses put the Austrian house back on their feet again. Thus a new Austrian house began the 20th century, powerful Albert and suave Baron Louis leading the way. The Morgan Connection George Peabody, a Massachusetts trader, set up a banking house, George Peabody and Company, in London in 1837. He became regarded as a financial ambassador in London. Carroll Quigley attributes the use of tax-exempt foundations for manipulation of society to Peabody, seen in his Illuminati Peabody Foundation. Daniel Colt Gilman, a member of the Skull and Bones and first president of the Carnegie Institution, was involved in the establishment of the Peabody Foundation. He was in such high regard by the elite that they have erected a statue of him across from the Bank of England. Peabody was getting old and needed a younger partner. Junius Morgan, of Hartford, Connecticut, was recommended to Peabody. In 1854, Junius and his family arrived in London to join George Peabody and Company. When the elites concocted American Civil War broke out, Peabody and Junius Morgan raised loans for the North. It appears Junius played both sides of the war. Ralph Epperson claims Junius was one of the Rothschild agents who shipped supplies to the South. When Peabody retired in 1864, Junius took over the business. The Manor, one of the most awesome of all the Rothschild homes. At a certain point, he controlled nearly half the American railroad system. He established the United States Steel Corporation, based on Andrew Carnegie's Pittsburgh steel mills, in 1901 by raising the unprecedented amount of $1.4 billion. J.P. was adept at creating financial syndicates for the Illuminati, joint efforts to further the Great Plan. President William McKinley began prosecuting the Rothschilds, Morgan Run, Northern Securities, under the antitrust laws in 1900. In 1901, McKinley ran for a second term and appointed a new vice president, Theodore Roosevelt, a lock, stock and barrel Illuminatus. Less than a year later, he was assassinated. When Teddy became president, the prosecution of Northern Securities stopped. For this reason, some people think McKinley's death was ordered by J.P. Morgan and the Rothschilds. He was able to set up a syndicate, with the help of Rothschild agent August Belmont, Jr., that bailed the U.S. out of a treasury depletion. The syndicate raised $65 billion in gold. The sum would be repaid by an issue of bonds. J.P. received some criticism for the strict terms of the deal. For 5 months in early 1907, J.P. Morgan was in Europe, traveling back and forth between London and Paris, presumably visiting the Rothschild houses there. Ralph Epperson writes, apparently the reason Morgan was in Europe was because the decision was being made to have Morgan precipitate a bank panic in America. When he returned, he started rumors that the Knickerbocker Bank in New York was insolvent. Panic ensued. People began en masse withdrawal of their deposits, a run. The Knickerbocker run had a domino effect. Other banks had runs and the panic of 1907 was complete. J.P. Morgan oversaw the banking community's response to the panic of 1907. The whole incident helped the elite push for a central bank. One man who knew of the plot was historian Frederick Lewis Allen, who wrote in Life magazine, certain chroniclers have arrived at the ingenious conclusion that the Morgan interests took advantage of the unsettled conditions during the autumn of 1907 to precipitate the panic, guiding it shrewdly as it progressed. Sothat it would kill off rival banks and consolidate the preeminence of the banks within the Morgan orbit. The panic of 1907 made people want a powerful central bank that could protect the common man from the abuses of the Wall Street bankers. This whole thing eventually led to the creation of Federal Reserve. One of the men with the Morgan financial groups was Harold Stanley. Stanley was a member of the Skull and Bones. After J.P.'s death, the Morgan firm became Morgan, Stanley and Company J.P. Morgan died in 1913. His son, Harvard-educated J.P. Morgan, Jr. took over. Most conspiratorial writers do not make a distinction between these two. J.P. Morgan, Jr. ran the bank with a team of managers that was led by Thomas Lamont. Morgan, Jr. was, like his father, a power-hungry international banker. He was famous for his handling of immense foreign loans. Most importantly, J.P. Morgan, Jr. appears to have followed in the footsteps of the former heads of the House of Morganby working with the Rothschilds. The Schiff Connection. Remember the Schiff family. In the first article I explained that they shared a residency in Frankfurt, forever binding the two families. The Schiffs became Rothschild agents, and like most agents of the Rothschilds, they eventually became very rich and powerful. The most prominent of the Schiffs was Jacob Henry Schiff. Jacob was born in Frankfurt in 1847, and was sent by the Rothschild or Schiff network to America to make his fortune, much like the Astor's sent John Jacob Astor. Jacob Schiff arrived in New York in 1865. 10 years later, he became the partner of the Illuminati firm Kuhn, Loeb and Company. 10 years after that, he became its president, directing Rothschild and Illuminati affairs from this seat of authority. Jacob Schiff was also on the board of directors of Central Trust Company, Western Union, and Wells Fargo Company. Most elite, he gave vast amounts of money to charity. Philanthropy pays off in a big way to the ruling class. Jekyll Island, the Illuminati interests, wanted to create a central bank in America. They wanted to build the Federal Reserve. First, they needed a bunch of banking crises that would push public opinion towards a Federal Reserve system. These were provided by the Illuminati, including J.P. Morgan's Knickerbocker Panic of 190. Second, they needed a favorable U.S. president in office. Rothschild agent Colonel House provided this by getting Woodrow Wilson elected. The American people were being conditioned. To provide the reform of the American banking system, a Congressional National Monetary Commission was created, and a man related to the Rockefellers, Nelson Aldrich, was put in charge. For 2 years this commission traveled around Europe hobnobbing with the Illuminati and getting directions as to how the central bank should be set up. Then the commission returned in 1910, and Nelson Aldrich went to a secret meeting at the Jekyll Island Hunt Club in Georgia to write the legislation for an American central bank to be run by the Illuminati. Others at the Jekyll Island meeting were these Illuminati men: A. Platt Andrew, Frank Vanderriep, of a Kuhnleb and Company Bank, Henry Davidson of J.P. Morgan, Charis Norton, of a Morgan Bank, Paul Warburg of Kuhnleb and Company, and brother-in-law of Schiff, Benjamin Strong, of another Morgan Company. Most of these men were connected to Jacob Schiff or J.P. Morgan, who in turn were agents for the House of Rothschild. The Jekyll Island Hunt Club was even owned by J.P. Morgan. The Federal Reserve Bill was sneakily passed through Congress in the winter of 1913, and President Woodrow Wilson signed the bill into law. The Illuminati, particularly the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, bad usurped the financial power of the United States. The first governor of the New York branch of the Federal Reserve was Benjamin Strong. The first governor of the Fed's board of directors was Paul Warburg, both connected to Schiff, J.P. Morgan, Jr., and the House of Rothschild. The Fed has been an effective tool of the Illuminati and the Rothschilds, creating crises such as the Great Depression, which J.P. Morgan, Jr. was very involved in creating. Apparently, according to Congressman Louis McFadden, the Depression helped consolidate financial power over the US, putting it in the hands of the Rothschild banking alliance between J.P. Morgan's First National Bank Group and Schiff's Kuhn, LeBron National City Bank. The Great Depression also led to Roosevelt's New Deal. World War I Rothschild connections to the First World War are an excellent example of controlled conflict. On the Allied side, the British and French houses financially supported their country's battles. Some Rothschilds were even soldiers, although they didn't see much action. J.P. Morgan Bank was a big financial help to the Allied cause. It was the Allies' purchasing agent until the U.S. entered the war. It also created a syndicate that financed modernization in China to help defend that country against the Japanese threat. The elite wanted America in the war. Historian Charles Tanzil noted, "The large banking interests were deeply interested in the World War because of wide opportunities for large profits." On August 3, 1914, even before the actual clash of arms, the French firm of Rothschild Frères cabled to Morgan and Company in New York suggesting the flotation of a loan of $100,000,000, a substantial part of which was to be left in the United States to pay for French purchases of American goods. The Lusitania was a ploy. It was packed with some Morgan-owned ammunition, had been given over to England as a member of the Navy, and despite the warnings of Germans, was sent into a naval war zone, specifically to be a target, the catalyst for America's entrance to the war. A knowledgeable American State Department failed to warn the U.S. citizens aboard the ship of the voyage's definite danger. Churchill ordered the Lusitania's naval escort to return to port, and the fated ship was left unprotected, to be sunk. Rothschild agent Colonel House probably knew of this plot. Records point to a discussion of it between him and Sir Edward Grey of England. Historian Colin Simpson called the sinking of the Lusitania the foulest act of willful murder ever committed on the seas. On the Axis side, the Rothschild network was also funneling money. Another family allied to the Rothschilds was the Warburgs. Max Warburg, brother of Kuhnleb's Paul Warburg, ran a family financial powerhouse in Frankfurt, Germany. One of the reasons the Rothschilds were able to liquidate their Frankfurt bank, the Warburgs would run things. Max was the head of the German secret police during World War I. The Warburg connection is reported to have helped the Axis powers financially. At the end of the war in 1919, the Treaty of Versailles meetings were attended by Rothschild-connected men like Paul and Max Warburg, John Foster Dulles of Kuhnleb, Colonel House, Thomas Lamont of Morgans, and Alan Dulles of Kuhnleb. The harsh terms of the Treaty of Versailles totally set the stage for World War II. Said one delegate, "This is no peace. This is only a truce for 20 years." Sure enough, in 1939 the Second World War started. Another product of the Versailles meetings was the elite's charter for the League of Nations, the Illuminati's first attempt at creating a global institution. The League of Nations failed. This called for the need to create a think tank, a special interest organization, that could promote the New World Order. Thus the creation of the Foreign Relations Institutions, the CFR, RIIA, etc. This will be discussed in a bit. World War I helped create a communist state. Max Warburg funded Lenin and his revolutionaries. Jacob Schiff gave a known $20 million to Lenin. J.P. Morgan and Company helped finance the Bolshevik Revolution. Alfred de Rothschild also helped finance the Bolsheviks. World War II. The Second World War was also controlled by Illuminati and Rothschild interests. the Great Depression did not only occur in America. It also swept Europe. The economic depression in Europe, coupled with an extremely harsh Versailles Treaty, helped fan the flames of the nationalistic fires that swept Germany. Hitler was a member of the most powerful occultic secret society in Germany. He penetrated the inner circle of this society where Satanism was practiced. Hitler was dedicated to Satan's empire, an evil puppet. He was brought into this evil group by Dietrich Eckart, who is supposed to have said on his deathbed, "Follow Hitler. He will dance, but it is I who have called the tune. I have initiated him into the secret doctrine, opened his centers in vision, and given him the means to communicate with the powers. Do not mourn for me. I shall have influenced history more than any German." In the last article we discussed the possibility of Hitler having been of Rothschild descendants. Consider this, he probably had satanic bloodline, he had the backing of a powerful satanic society, he had sold his soul to Satan, and he had the financial backing of the Illuminati. Is it any wonder that he rose from obscurity, poverty and imprisonment to become one of the most powerful men to ever live? I believe that it is even safe to speculate that Hitler was totally controlled by a demonic spirits, that he simply gave himself over to Satan's control. An ex-member of the satanic hierarchy of the Illuminati expressed a belief to me that there have been certain evil men throughout history that have totally given themselves over to possession by Satan. That these men, Hitler, Genghis Khan, for example, have been Antichrist types, simply human containers for the residence of a very powerful demonic spirit, or even Satan himself. The ex-Illuminati member believed that when Satan no longer had need for the body of his Antichrist, he would discard it with death, and find another willing soul to sacrifice his bodily control to the devil. These evil figures would not be the Antichrist, explained the informant, but would have allowed themselves to be taken over by the spirit of the Antichrist. This is just a theory, but I believe it has certain merit. If it is true, it paints an interesting picture of Hitler and the ruling class that created him. Hitler's main source of economic power was from the IG. Farben chemical cartel and IG. Farben in turn was controlled by the Illuminati. The IG. Farben cartel was created by loans from Wall Street in what has been called the Dawes Plan. Carol Quigley calls the Dawes Plan largely a J.P. Morgan production. The J.P. Morgan Group set up the loan to IG Farben, which created Hitler. Without the capital supplied by Wall Street, there would have been no I.G. Farben in the first place, and almost certainly no Adolf Hitler, and worried War II. Henry Ford merged his German assets with IG. Farben in 1928. The cartel created the lethal Zyklon, B gas that was used to exterminate the Jews. It was also involved in the torture experimentations that led to mind control methods, such as monarch programming. Do you see what happened? A Rothschild agent set up a cartel that was directly involved in the horrible persecution of the Jews. Still, the family maintains the illusion of being totally supportive of their race. At first, Germany had a significant disadvantage if they were to embark on a Second World War. The nation had a fuel shortage, but the Illuminati fixed this problem. The Germans were able to fight World War II through the use of synthetic fuels that were created by the hydrogenation process, turning coal into gasoline. This process was discovered by IG. Farben. Hydrogenation technology would not have been fully developed by WWII, but IG. Farben made a deal with Rockefeller's Farben made a deal with Rockefeller's Standard Oil, who was able to complete the research, facilitating the war. Interestingly, IG. Farben plants were not targeted by the bombing raids on Germany. By the end of the war, the refineries had experienced only 15% damage. William Dodd, American ambassador to Germany before World War II, wrote President Roosevelt, "At the present moment, more than 100 American corporations have subsidiaries here, or cooperative understandings, comma, the DuPonts have their allies in Germany that are aiding in the armament business. Their chief alias the IG. Farben Company. Standard Oil Company. Sent $2 million here in December 1933 and has made $500,000 a year helping Germans improve hydrogenation technology. The International Harvester Company president told me their business here rose 33% year, but they could take nothing, earnings, out, except in goods. Even our airplanes people have secret arrangements with Krupps. General Motors Company, which was controlled by the J.P. Morgan Group, and Ford do enormous business here through their subsidiaries and take no profits out. Germany needed the capital of these, and many more American companies in order to wage a war. IG. Farben had a holding company in the United States called American IG. Farben. Paul Warburg, his brother Max, head of Germany's secret police during World War I, and Warburg agent Hermann Metz were some of the members of the board of directors of the American IG. Farben.
Wondrous.
Other directors included Rockefeller, her international banking men, Edsel Ford, Cheris Mitchell, Walter Teagle, etc. 3 Germans on the board of governors were convicted as war criminals after the war, but the elite Americans aforementioned were not, even though they participated in the same criminal decisions as those who were punished. According to author Eustace Mullins, Hitler met with Allen and John Foster Dulles in 1933. The Dulles brothers were acting as legal representatives of Schiff and Warburg's Kuhn, Loeb & Co., which was an integral part of the Rothschild network. Mullins claims Kuhn and Loeb had extended large short-term credits to Germany and needed to ensure the repayment of these loans. The Dulles supposedly assured Hitler he would receive the funds necessary to be installed as Chancellor of Germany if he promised to repay the debts. One of the largest tank manufacturers for Germany was Opel, which was controlled by the J.P. Morgan Group. Another company connected to the J.P. Morgan Group was Bendix Aviation, which supplied data to Germany on automatic pilots, aircraft instruments, and aircraft and diesel engine starters. Their examples go on and on. There is much more that could be written on this subject. The manufactured Pearl Harbor attack allowed Roosevelt to enter America into the war. A second worried war had been created by the Illuminati, with the help of the Rothschild, the Morgan, a Warburg, a Schiff syndicate. After the end of the war, the tribunals that investigated Nazi war criminals censored any materials recording Western assistance to Hitler, said historian Anthony C. Sutton. GLOBALISM World War II facilitated the American acceptance of a viable peacekeeping institution, the United Nations. After the U.S. had rejected the first attempt to create such an institution in the League of Nations, the Illuminati decided to create an arm of the Rothschild-funded round table groups, which could help influence Western society towards the embracement of globalism. The original idea was to create an international special interest group of advisors that would promote a new world order, called the Institute on International Affairs. The plan eventually changed. The institute was split up so that separate groups could influence separate governments without having the appearance of a conspiracy. These groups were formed at what are called the Hotel Majestic meetings. Baron I Edmond de Rothschild of France was the main force behind these meetings, and all the founders of these groups were men who had met with his approval. Chief of these was Rothschild agent Colonel Edward Mandel House. One of these groups was the CFR. The CFR Handbook of 1936 explains how it was established. On May 30, 1919, several leading members of the delegations to the Paris Peace Conference met at the Hotel Majestic in Paris to discuss setting up an international group which would advise their respective governments on international affairs. It was decided at this meeting to call the proposed organization the Institute of International Affairs. At a meeting on June 5, 1919, the planners decided it would be best to have separate organizations cooperating with each other. Consequently, they organized the Council on Foreign Relations, with headquarters in New York. And a sister organization, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, RIIA, in London, also known as the Chatham House Study Group, to advise the British government. A subsidiary organization, the Institute of Pacific Relations, was set up to deal exclusively with
I expected an actual challenge.
A subsidiary organization, the Institute of Pacific Relations, was set up to deal exclusively with Far Eastern affairs and facilitated the Pearl Harbor attack. Other organizations were set up in Paris and Hamburg, the Hamburg branch being called the Institut für Auswärtige and the Paris branch being known as Centre d'études de politique étrangère. I have never seen any research on the Institut für Auswärtige Politik in Germany. It would be interesting to see how this group was involved with the elite and the creation of World War II. A group of Illuminati wise men took the plans laid out at the Hotel Majestic meetings and formed the CFR. The founders included Colonel Edward Mandel House, a Rothschild agent, John Foster Dulles of Rothschild Connected Kuhn, Loeb and Company, and Alan Dulles, also of Kuhn, Loeb and Company. The CFR was officially founded on July 29, 1921. Money for the founding came from J.P. Morgan, Bernard Baruch, Otto Kahn, Jacob Schiff, Paul Warburg, and John D. Rockefeller, among others. The funding for the RIIA in London came primarily from the Aestir family. Rothschild-connected Paul Warburg was on the original board of directors of the CFR.AS. You can clearly see the Rothschild network had significant influence in the creation of the foreign relation groups. This influence continues today. The Rothschilds' power within the secret Society of the Elect and the Round Table groups extended to the semi-public CFR, RIIA, etc. The House of Rothschild was up in arms with their fellow elites, managing the creation of the New World Order. Should there be a part 3 to this series, it will investigate individual Rothschilds from the World War era up into the modern-day world, and their continuing involvement in the Illuminati. Bibliography: Cowles, Virginia. The Rothschilds, A Family Fortune. New York, Alfred A. Knopf Incorporated, 1973. Sampson, Anthony. The Money Lenders. New York, Penguin Books, 1983. Morton, Frederick. The Rothschilds, A Family Portrait. New York, Collier Books, 1991. Wexberg, Joseph. The Merchant Bankers. New York, Pocket Books, 1968. Still, William. New World Order. Lafayette, Louisiana, Huntington House Publishers, 1990. Sutton, Anthony C. America's Secret Establishment, An Introduction to the Order of Skull and Bones. Liberty House Press. Mullins, Eustace. The World Order. Waring, Oregon. CPA Book Publisher, 1985. Epperson, A. Ralph. The Unseen Hand. Tucson, Arizona, Publius Press, 1985. A note about the Krupps OFGERMANY. It has been said by an Illuminati informant that the Krupp family is part of the Illuminati. It is clear that the Krupp family must be at least in agreement to the plans of the Illuminati. This can be said because of the extensive power of the Krupps. The Krupps were the primary producers of the big guns for the German army in WWI. Lenin wanted the Krupps to help him make the Russian steppes productive. The Krupps have produced agricultural equipment and train locomotives as well as tanks. After WWI had ended, the head of the Krupp family, Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, began secretly planning to rebuild Germany's military might. Gustav Krupp bought coal mines after WWI with an eye on using them for future weapons production. After the Allied Control Commission departed Germany in 1928, Krupp factories began secretly turning out a few tanks, particularly at Krupp's Gerusenwerk factory. The Christian Science Monitor, which ties in with the occult system, sent reporters to Krupp's factories during the 1920s to report on how well the Germans were complying with the Versailles Treaty limitations. The reporters gave a clean bill of health to the Krupp factories, even though the reporters should have questioned why all their film was destroyed during factory tours. Infrared rays were beamed into their film while they toured Krupp's factories. Prussian-trained Gustav Krupp had married the daughter of Friedrich Krupp, whose name was Bertha. Bertha was a powerful woman and sole owner in 1902 of one of Germany's largest steel firms. The Krupps have lived above Essen, German, in a Hugh palace called Villa Hugel, whose small wing has 60 rooms. They also have other castles and villas. At one time they owned, as far as I know they still do, a castle in the Austrian Alps named Blunbach. Gustav Krupp hosted and was one of the leaders of a secret group of 12 powerful German industrialists, called the Rohrlade, which secretly made Germany's industrial decisions during the Weimar Republic. This group also made political decisions. In 1932, Krupp began to help Hitler. The secret governing body of the Rohrlade covered their meetings behind the cover of having lavish hunting parties. The Illuminati kept close tabs and gave secret support to Hitler on his rise to power. Illuminatus William Randolph Hearst had his chief European correspondent William Bayard Hale met with Hitler early in the 1920s at Hale's slavish suite at the Hotel Bayerischer Hof. Part 3. The Rothschilds, Todayby Fritz Springmeier. Introduction to Part 3. The Rothschilds are one of the most prominent of the top 13 Illuminati families. This newsletter has been singling out each of the top 13 Illuminati families for a feature article. Articles in this newsletter have already been done on the Aestia, Boadi, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, U, Kennedy, Onassis, and Van Dyne families. The Rockefellers were featured in a December 1992 article just prior to this series. Because there is more information out about the Rothschilds than some of the other families, I decided to write more than just one feature article about them. Reviewing the recent newsletter articles, the first set of my recent Rothschild articles consisted of my introduction and then main article. The introduction covered the hidden lineages of the Springs, the Pacers, the Beatty family, and Abraham Lincoln. The main article by David Smith covered the 18th and 19th centuries of Rothschild power. The second set of articles again consisted of my introduction along with the main article. In my introduction, I covered some about their secret power, their power in Latin America, and their secret power to manipulate financial things without playing the same rules as others play. David Smith's main article covered the Rothschilds' influence in history in the late 19th century and during the 20th century. The Rothschilds: A Daily Threat. My desire was to have an article about what the Rothschilds are doing today. One of my most dangerous opponents in this area to the work I'm doing against the Monarch program is a secret Rothschild descendant. I know monarch slaves who were created to serve the Rockefeller family, the Russell family, the 13th Holy Blood family, the Lee family, and the Collins family. I also know monarch slaves who were created to serve the Rothschilds. From what I have been told and also from just personal observation, all of the top 13 Illuminati families are involved in the creation of monarch slaves. It goes without saying that it is impossible to be a high-level Satanist and not have MPD. Any person without MPD would go insane after participating in high-level Illuminati rituals. It can't be stated with certainty that all Illuminati members, by Illuminati, I mean members of the first pyramidal structure diagrammed in the January 193 newsletter and in the February I issue, have been through monarch programming today, but it can be stated with certainty that they all suffer from multiple personality disorder. This means that the Rothschilds in this country and in Canada and the UK have closely collaborated with the highest levels of the intelligence community and the military, who initiated my phone being tapped. At any rate, the Rothschilds and their satanic power is here in America, and people need to understand that. The first great temple, the Illuminati, are building their temples secretly throughout the United States. The last issue of this newsletter described the massive pyramid that has been built at Las Vegas. Pyramids have also been built at San Francisco, the Transamerica Building, and in Chicago, and in other eastern places. The San Francisco building was built by people with ties to the Rockefellers. Just north of San Francisco and east of the Bohemian Grove is the Napa Valley of California. Anton Levy moved to Napa Valley after his split with Aquino. Levy ran a construction company during the 1910s out of Napa, California. As an aside, Anton Levy's chief representative in our Portland area is Rex Dioglo's Church, who grew up as Rex Nance in Seaside High School on the Oregon coast. Rex worked at the drugstore at Broadway and Holiday at Seaside during high school. 2 years after high school, he returned to his hometown with his head shaved and wearing black in Levy fashion. He had a stripper who dressed in black, who was a Satanist, as his girlfriend for a while in the Portland area. According to Rex's own words, he grew up in a secret satanic family and was baptized to Satan as a child. Rex and his satanic friends have schemed how to hurt the Christians. How many of their devious plans have succeeded, I do not know. Also of interest is that Rex lived a good deal with his what has been reported as Jehovah's Witness grandparents. With the Church of Satan feeling comfortable in Napa, it is not surprising that T. Baron and Baroness Philippi de Rothschild picked the area to build a secret temple to Satan. Also, as readers of this newsletter know, these people have been constructing castles and other large buildings on spiritual ley lines for centuries. So it goes without saying that when this secret temple was built in Napa, that the icy lines were at least considered in choosing a site. The Baron Rothschild began the construction of a pyramid in Napa Valley, which his wife completed after he died. The pyramid is called Opus 1. According to one of the contractors who participated in building the pyramid, the project cost $35 million. The various construction cost reports given the public have been much less than what this contractor has said was the real cost of the building. The theme of the numbers 3 and 6 runs throughout the large Opus I pyramid building, as well as the number 666. Also, little circles frequently appear. The name of the building is Opus 1, which means the first work. Its cover or front for the temple is that it is a winery. The winery operates very strangely to a legitimate winery. The entire project of buying the land, building Opus 1, and operating it has been shrouded in secrecy. The wineries in California, when they open traditionally and normally are open to the public. The opening ceremonies of Opus 1 were shrouded in secrecy. The opening announcement was low-key, and only select people and select international media types were invited. This opening is extremely unusual for a winery in the Napa Valley area. Private guided tours are very hard to obtain of Opus 1, in contrast to the other wineries in Napa Valley. Further, the estate that the winery, temple, sits on is very protected and secluded. The wrought iron gates are always closed. However, I was able to get a first-hand report from a group of 3 that managed to view Opus 1. During the tour, this group saw many occult and satanic items, and yet large areas of the winery temple were closed off to even this private tour group. The winery is not constructed even remotely similar to any winery in the US. The project began as a joint venture between Robert Mondavi and Baron Rothschild in 1979. The land was secretly purchased, and in the late 1960s construction quietly began using contractors from far away. Strangely, the Napa Valley Register, which reports on all building activity, remained extremely quiet about what was being built. From the air, the construction forms a Masonic square and compass. Inside, hidden stairwells and other hidden features have been built in. The capstone of the pyramid has a rotunda where skylight penetrates the capstone, and where viewers can get a view of the entire Napa Valley. There have numerous Rothschilds who have entered into the various Masonic rites. For instance, Louis Rothschild was a 32-degree Scottish Rite Mason in Chicago during the 1890s. The reason for this is that Freemasonry is used as type of early class for those who are in the Illuminati, to get them familiar with the symbols of the mystery religions and give them more practice with hand signals, rituals, and secrecy. Orchids, which are used by the Mothers of Darkness, are grown all over the area. Orchids are the only type of flower grown on the site, and they are cared for by apparently Mothers of Darkness, who are dressed in all black, which is the standard color of garb of the Mothers of Darkness. The pyramid was built with limestone from Texas. No doubt there is some occult significance to the site that the limestone came from. The limestone itself has fossils, which have been hidden from easy view for some reason. Remember, the ancient Egyptian pyramids used limestone. Originally I was scheduled to open around the summer solstice, but the date was shifted to October 30, 1991, which is the day before Halloween. Since the opening day, the Rothschilds have had events scheduled around satanic high days. Those who are familiar with the occult know that these events are covers for satanic rituals, which are held secretly. The land has wrought iron gates, which are locked at all times. Some of the occult items which private visitors saw within the pyramid were a book on wine depicting orgies by Salvador Dalí, who is a Satanist, a blue-black picture with naked ritual dancers, and other strange occultic pieces of art, such as an oil painting of what looked like Satan. Massive draconian oak doors are built facing the hail that leads to the room where wine is tasted. Mirrors abound in the place. The gilded artwork on the mirrors is often rococo. The Baroness personally designed and furnished the interior. The upside-down peace sign is found designed in some of the furniture as Baron trees. 2 trees of life from Peru are by the fireplace. The tree of life is, by the way, very important to this level of the Illuminati. The visitors also saw 3 Mutan ceremonial drinking cups with rams, and chairs which had the carvings on the front arms. The legs of fully formed demons were found in one of the rooms. The foyer looks like the inside of Asnail or corkscrewy. Much of the furnishings were purchased by the Baroness Rothschild from the de Medicis. It has various marble floors and tables set with orchids. The stainless steel and the floors in the winery are immaculate. The workers who work there were scrutinized closely before being hired. Originally, the wine workers were required to wear black pants and white shirts, but the workers who had to stomp the grapes were unhappy about the uniform requirements. I have been trying to follow the Rothschild family with its many branches. Although the Rothschilds are seen as great internationalists, don't be surprised if some of the people of the Rothschilds seem somewhat middle class. For instance, in the Millington, Michigan Eni of Flint, Michigan, one family dominates the toes. This family is the Bauer family. Stan Bauer was a man who mysteriously simply attracted material possessions to himself without any visible source of money. His son Harold Bauer, a 32-degree Mason who sat on the Houghton Lake City Council. His next son Terry Bauer was also a Mason, also had apposition in local government, and was on the school board. His daughter Barbara Bauer married Jim Hager, who was also a Mason, who lived in Grand Blanc south of Flint. There is certainly more that could be said about the satanic Rothschild bloodline, but this is where I will bring this article to a close, with the statement that, Lord willing, I will write more about them later. Bloodlines of Illuminati by Fritz Springmeier, 1995. The Russell Bloodline, the Watchtower and the Illuminati. Last year in the January 93 newsletter, I wrote an archive about the Illuminati and the Watchtower Society, recently, on December 10, 93. Tex Mars interviewed me over international short-wave radio about the 1990 book, The Watchtower and the Masons. Having got a good response from the short-wave radio interview, it is only appropriate that this newsletter starts off the new year with another article on the Watchtower Society and the Illuminati. Because of numerous problems within the congregations of Jehovah's Witnesses with satanic ritual abuse, the Watchtower Society put out an article in the October 8, 1991 issue of the magazine. Lee Waters of Bethel headquarters kept a file on his computer of Jehovah's Witnesses who were reported to be victims of SKA. It is possible headquarters has told him to delete the file. Another man, who was at headquarters, who is now believed out of the society, was also well informed of SIA among the congregations of Jehovah's Witnesses. In fact, 2J.W.S, who had actually been in the Illuminati, while J.W.S, but had broken free, confronted the governing body and headquarters with their evidence of the Illuminati operating within the membership of the Jehovah's Witnesses. What was the response of the WF leaders? To simply ignore and cover up the evidence. The actions of the governing body in squelching any serious action against the high-level Satanism secretly operating within the Jehovah's Witnesses shows what might be wise a serpent's book revealed, which is that very secret high-level Satanism has long been controlling the Watchtower Society. One of these two eyewitnesses to Illuminati activities within the higher levels of the Watchtower Society realized that something is seriously wrong at the top when the WF leaders do not really care for those people in the congregations who are becoming the victims of SIA. One elder in good standing lost his position because he warned the Waite Society of satanic infiltration. It is obvious that the Watchtower organization is more interested in public relations than it is in having a clean organization. In examining the families that are involved with the Illuminati, who use the Watchtower Society as a cover, we find a continuation of the same pattern as I noticed before. There is a large contingent of Scottish and a large Jewish bloodlines. For instance, 1JW. Illuminati family was the Udall family, Scottish name, who married Pickett's son Milliken, English maiden name with Jewish first husband. This type of combination typifies so many of the elite who I have researched. In the Be Wise as Serpents book, Chapter 1.11 discusses how the Satanism within the Illuminati and the Watchtower Society could be tracked by an understanding of Enochian magic. Readers may want to refer back to Tot Hat chapter after reading this paragraph. The Illuminati operating within the Watchtower Society use the Enochian language, which has its own language and its own Enochian alphabet, letters in boxes, according to eyewitnesses who have left the JW. Part of the Illuminati, the Enochian alphabet is known and used as the cult language by those Illuminati operating in the high levels of the Watchtower Society. In other words, their ceremonies are done in this ritual Enochian language. Sir William Sinclair in the 16th century was one of those who introduced Enochian magic to Scotland. The Scottish connection in the Watchtower Society is overpowering. Both the Russell and the Rutherford families came from Scotland, as well as Macmillan and many other key Erie Watchtower leaders. From this it appears that the Scottish type of Illuminatism that created the early Watchtower Society has always practiced Enochian magic. Remember from the Be Wise as Serpents book that knowing the Watchtowers is the key to Enochian magic. The same type of winged sundial that C.T. Russell used was also used on the magic. Two phrases that were popular among Satanists who practiced Enochian magic in Rumley's day were Millennial Dawn and Golden Age. The following are some of the Illuminati operating within the Watchtower Society today. Names may be spelled incorrectly in some cases. Chris family, Dome Life family, Irish bloodline, Carls, J.W. Overseer in Miami, Florida, Prince George McKeeman Rouville, A.L. Meleus, or Maya Jewish Satanic bloodline. Sharon Russell left the Illuminati, still a J.W., worked with police showing ritual sites. Princess Proud Swift lived in Delaware, with the travel industry. Jim Tifton, important weight official and elder in So. Caliph, a secret satanic serial murderer. Walt family, Woomer family. The areas which have been identified as strong satanic stronghold within the Watchtower religious empire are Southern California, Cap. San Bernardino Valley, Florida, the Caribbean, Scotland, Bethel headquarters in Brooklyn, and various places in New York. I expect that this list of strongholds is very incomplete. I expect that this list of strongholds is incomplete. According to an eyewitness of the Illuminati, within the Watchtower Society the following items can be ascertained. Some type of trauma-based mind control is being used to create MPD and control children born into the...
conquer or we must die. If we fail life itself. Should we succeed, may our sacrifice be forever unknown. With me, friends, to war! Master Entrati's experiments are under threat from the Murmur. Nay, rip from his teeth all that he has taken and teach him this. That woe shall be his sole reward. Prepare well, for we shall not return until the experiments are secured. Several experiments are threatened by the Murmur as they near completion. We shall protect Master Entrati's good works via a three-phase response. Prepare well. Before the foe is laid low, we shall not return. massed and moves to strike at the heart of our lands. And from there, the manor. Phase 1. Repel assault. Phase 2 to be initiated on the move. mind a distraction, would you, Tenno? I have some records to incinerate.
Well done, lads, well done! I dare say the murmur is quaking in its ambulators. Oh, what with the hiding our friend has dispensed it. Slap!
These Carviers seem like jolly fellows. Well, Lloyd has tasked us with finalizing several experiments, and there will be no coming back until the job is done. We are alone. We must conquer or we must die. If we fail life itself. Should we succeed, may our sacrifice be forever unknown. With me, friends, to war! Entrati's experiments are under threat from the murmur. Nay, rip from his teeth all that he has taken and teach him this. Several experiments are threatened by the murmur as they near completion. We shall protect Master Entrati's good works via a three-phase response. Prepare well. Before the foe is laid low, we shall not return. Remember, our aim is to safeguard Master Entrati's experiments. Repel the enemy.
We've had a few setbacks, but we are going to crack on.
I wouldn't want Lloyd to struggle, so here I am. Such a pity when Master Entrati's experiments are under threat from the heads high and hearts full of fire.
Bird 3. What I wouldn't give.
Entrati's sensor arrays. Lloyd is utilizing those to analyze murmur behavioral patterns. Protect them at all costs. Go! Initiating Phase 3. Excellent! Arterial conduits are now producing material essential to Lloyd's continuation of Master Entrate's experiments. Ensure said material does not fall into the enemy's many, many hands. Green light, move!
According to Overframe.gg, popular Styanax mods, Styanax never wonders how many enemies he will face, only where he can find them. The hoplite deals high damage.
With retrieving, and the family slumbers on. I need to lie down.
Come on. Let's at least
I need you.
Ahoy, ahoy! Might you have time?
It's what Master Entrati would have wanted. Several experiments are threatened by the Murmur as they near completion. We shall protect Master Entrati's good works via a three-phase response. Prepare well. Before the...
some type of trauma-based mind control, is being used to create MPD and control children born into the Illuminati within the WF Society. Times the rank and file JWs have no awareness that the Wait Society has a secret upper level of involvement. Note, I identified this upper level in my chart explaining how religions are controlled by Satanism. The Illuminati, within the Jehovah's Witnesses, have a hidden agenda that is separate from the published goals of the Wait Society, although they also support many of the goals of the society. Ritual sites. Beside rituals taking place in the above-mentioned stronghold areas, it is of value to point out that one of the rituals that I have found out about took place when a boatload of generational satanic JWs went to the Bahamas, believed to be Androses, and had a ritual at a high place. This was in 1958. Related items. There are 3 items which relate to what has been described above. There is a particular man who is well informed about the Wait Society, who is able to explain both the WE Society is interlocked with a lot of major corporations. As a consequence of how connected the Wait Society is with politics, big business, etc. The WE Society has been closely watched by the FBI, which has over 12,000 pages in its files on the WT Society alone. This figure does not include its extensive files on individuals, of which every one of the WE Society presidents has had a file. The Wait Society performs a secret ritual every year, which is their primary ritual. This ritual is actually the ancient Gnostic, satanic, ritual of saying no to the body of Christ. This ancient satanic ritual is now secretly practiced under the disguise of the memorial supper, where the elements of communion are passed and no one partakes of the elements. When I say no one, I mean that in a qualified sense only a small group are allowed to partake. The actual figures of how many partake of elements is a totally fictitious figure according to my sources, which is created at Bethel headquarters in Brooklyn. Canadian citizens who have tried to find out why the Watchtower Society in Canada is allowed to evade taxes have been stonewalled by government officials. McGregor Ministries Newsletter News and Views, October 1993, p. 10 discusses how various people have tried to expose the Watchtower's avoidance of the GST and how the Minister of Finance, the Minister of National Revenue and many other government groups have simply stonewalled people. The facts know of one of the most powerful committees of the Watchtower Society is the Wait Service Department, whose facts know is 71862444030. This newsletter will continue to bring articles on the various branches of Satan's one world religion, which includes the Mormon authority structure, the Catholic authority structure, the Pentecostal, and the Jehovah's Witnesses authority structures, just to name a few. One of the strangest things for this author was to continue running into evidence that seems to indicate Charles Taze Russell, the man who started the Jehovah's Witnesses Watchtower Society, was secretly an important Satanist. Lest the reader devalue the evidence, permit this author to state that the evidence came in first before I came up with my theory that Russell was an important Satanist, and not vice versa. Some of the outstanding clues are A. CT. Russell was definitely a Mason, yet he puts up some great smokescreens in his writing concerning his membership. B. CT. Russell's Bethel staff became concerned about his occultic activities and required him to take an oath forswearing any further occultic activities. C. In my previous book, The Watchtower and the Masons, I study 35 parallel beliefs that Russell had with Masonry. I spent a page per parallel. These 35 are not in any way inclusive. Russell had many other identical ideas to what the Masonic lodges propagate. D. various items from
I'll
magic
just
were
put
part of
this
Russell's
all
religious beliefs,
back.
including healing handkerchiefs, phrenology, the winged sun disk, Enochian magical planes, etc. Russell's family's possible Illuminati links, and his wife's possible connections with a family lineage of Satanists. F. Russell's apparent secret Rosicrucian membership with the Quakertown, Pennsylvania group of Rosicrucians, as revealed by the pyramid he ordered erected, his use of the winged sun disk, and his cremation 3 days after his death. Russell owned a cemetery in Pittsburgh. Leading Satanists try to own cemeteries for several reasons. First, it facilitates the disposal of human sacrifices, which are buried in pieces below the fresh holes dug for someone else's burial. When the casket is placed in the hole, it would be rare for any Neto dig below the casket level ever again. Second, magic power is associated with cemeteries. The spiritual power of the dead is pulled up by making a circle of light over them, then within the circle anarch Satanist lays. Third, specific bones are sought, such as the skulls and left hands. Left hands are preserved in order to hold candles for certain ceremonies. Contacts from various places today indicate that the modern Watchtower Society is working with the New World Order. This implies that at some point the Society began cooperating with the New World Order. Russell seems to be the likeliest starting point. Understanding Charles T. Our USSELLAs with all occult organizations avail of secrecy is maintained by requiring initiates to take secrecy oaths on penalty of death. As in witchcraft, Masonry repeatedly demands secrecy oaths at every new level. Charles T. Russell began participating in this secrecy when he took the entered apprentice, first Masonic degree, oath on penalty of mayhem and violent death. I do hereby and hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, and never reveal any of the arts, parts, or points of the secret arts and mysteries of ancient Freemasonry, which I received, am about to receive, or may hereafter be instructed in. Notes. 1. Confidential interviews with ex-Satanists. 2. Interview by Dr. Ul Carlyle with a Black Prince recorded in Stratford, L. Satan's Underground. p. 144. Should the reader allow, I will quote from the Power's own statements plus other proof to show that this God, the God of the world, is Lucifer, aka Satan, Sanat, Venus, etc. For thousands of years, the plan for world domination has been passed down from occult generation to occult generation. Spaced every 28 is a Feast of the Beast, a year-long holiday during which Satanists receive new instructions from Satan on how to carry out the plan. We read of the Great Holiday and its Great Council's inexternalization of the hierarchy when Satan's instrument Alice Bailey writes, the past year has, however, been the year in which the greatest spiritual approach of all time has shown itself to be possible, an approach for which the initiates and masters have for centuries been preparing, and for which all the Wesak festivals since the meeting of the Great Council in 1925 have been preparatory. Ihave, in past instructions, referred to the great meetings held at intervals by those to whom I entrusted the spiritual guidance of the planet, and particularly of man. Externalization of the hierarchy, p. 389. One sample of their PLAN essays example of how ingenious these plans are to create a one-world government. Consider the following part of it. The drug war is not what it seems. It is a very ingenious scheme to enslave the American people and destroy all their civil rights. The first rumblings of the drug war part of the plan seem to stir from the occult. so it is highly possible the drug war originally was first developed by Satanists, perhaps even given during one of the feasts of the beast. The drug war seems like the perfect plan, with no way for the power to lose. First, the power creates a drug culture in America. The drug culture would and did give many their first step into the Aquarian New Age. Conspiracy point 6 The power would make billions of dollars by running drugs, to further finance other nefarious schemes, and could use their worldwide power to crush all their competitors. When the power crushed and arrested their competitors in drug running, they would be hailed as heroes by the majority of people. And they have. The introduction of drugs into society does several things. It taxes the Christian Church's ability to oppose immorality. It gets the public indignant about drugs, and the public's moral outcry allows the power to pass drug laws that remove the last vestiges of legal civil rights. In fact, the beguiled public demands the laws which abolish their rights, and applauds these laws in ignorance, unknowing what the laws actually say and mean. If the public somehow gets a complete picture that their government has been smuggling drugs to create a drug war in spite of the controlled media, or perhaps through the media at the right time, then they can create a scandal involving several U.S. presidents to eliminate the U.S. government and switch the public's allegiance to a world government. See Chapter 3.9 for more details and a chronology of the secretly planned escalation of today's designed drug war. As an ex-Mason, who is very aware of their plans, said to this author, these people are in it for the long term. The bloodline of the RUSSELLS. The purpose of this next subsection may be misunderstood, unless I make myself clear at this point. This author has not established any link between the various famous Russells. Although I have been doing genealogy work, I have not had the chance to do the long-term genealogy work required to clarify the issue. If the reader is dissatisfied with the extent of this information, he is encouraged that, rather than criticize, to research it himself. The reader will observe by the time he finishes this book that this author has done extensive research into many groups. One item that has popped up consistently is that people with the surname Russell repeatedly appear as important figures in the various elements of the world order as it has developed. Before becoming aware of the One World Order, this author had no inkling how important bloodlines have been for the elite that controls the world. Friendships have also played a role. For instance, Eleanor Roosevelt, who was involved in numerous communist organizations and was an actual card-carrying member of the American Communist Party, was a close friend and confidant to Ronald Reagan's mother. This seems trivial, but the reoccurrence of bloodlines and the recurrent discovery of connections of friendships between what have been thought of as unrelated personages compels one to believe the elite is more compact than appears. More on that later. The mysterious Watchtower Society and its founder Charles Taze Russell will serve as perhaps the most used example in this book of an organization that is secretly serving the New World Order. The reader will be presented with the history of all this throughout the book, especially in chapters 5 to 17 of the first section. Chapter 1.8 will go into more details on what circumstantial evidence there is that might lead one to believe that Charles T. Russell was a Satanist. The author is aware that there are Jehovah's Witnesses that are covert Satanists. Point 8 The Russell family appears to have moved from Germany to Scotland and from Scotland to Northern Ireland. In the 1820s, Alexander G. Russell went to New York City and then on to Orange Company, NY. He could write firsthand how good it was. When the potato famine hit during the 1820s, the Russells did not have the roots to Ireland that the original Irish had, and the rest of the family moved to America, except for Fanny's husband Alexander Harper, who stayed behind in Donegal estranged from his wife. The family tree looked like this. Picture missing. Let's comment about the type of Russells that keep appearing throughout the course of the history of New World Order as this author went about his research. To summarize, these various Russells, who until the genealogy work is done to show the connections, should be viewed as individuals not a group, have been prominent members of the Illuminati, the Masons, the Fabians, the Mormons, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Jesuits, the Royal Society, and the media controlled by those of the New World Order, and a deputy chairman of the Federal Reserve. Typically they have been merchants and lawyers, with a fair share of them also as Christian heretics. It will be easier perhaps to illustrate how the Russells keep popping up in the New World Order storyline by listing a good sampling of them. Sample of Russells of interest: Russells, who founded Fraternal Societies. William Huntington Russell, founder of what is believed to be an American chapter of the Illuminati, Skull and Bones Order. Point 9 more on this in chapter 2.3. Its legal name is Russell Trust. John Russell, founder of the Fraternity of Daughters of Isabella, DOI, in May 1897 in New Haven, Con 10. Russells connected to Fraternal Organs. Charles Taze Russell, Knights Templar Mason of York Rite, in Allegheny Park, and founder of the WT Society. Harvey D. Russell, KT Mason, leader of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Beaver Valley Lodge No. 8412. John Russell, Pastor C. T. Russell's stepmother was executor of his will. His mother was the one chosen to dance with famous Mason and Illuminatus Lafayette when he was in Philadelphia. 13. William H. Russell, Mason and part owner of the Pony Express, which was a firm made up mainly of Masons. 14. George William Russell, 1869 to 1935, leading member of the Dublin Theosophist Lodge. Wrote art. For the Theosophic periodical The Irish Theosophist. Initiated into the Lodge of Isis, with its sexual rites. The keynote of his work is from the Bhagavad Gita. He was a good friend of Golden Dawn leader William Butler Yeats, who wrote some of the satanic Masonic rituals for the Golden Dawn. 15. James Russell, president of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, which was associated with esoteric groups like the Masons. 16. Archibald D. Russell, 1811 to 1871, a Presbyterian Mason who graduated from the University of Edinburgh, Scott. He studied at the University of Bonn, GER, and was active in setting up various organizations in the United States. 17. Benjamin Russell, 1761 to 1845, Mason and early American journalist. 18. Charles H. Russell, Governor of Nevada, 1950 to 58, and 32 degrees Mason, also in the York Rite, and a Shriner. 19. J. Stuart Russell, Mason and newspaper editor and deputy chairman of the Federation Reserve Bank in Chicago. 20. Lee M. Russell, 1875 to 1943, Mason and Lieutenant Governor of Miss. 1916 to 20. 21. Louis A. Russell, 1854 to 1925, Mason, organist for South Park Presbyterian Church, Newark, N.J. 22. Richard B. Russell, 1861 to 1938, Mason, judge, editor and business exec. 22. Richard B. Russell, Jr., Mason and Governor of Georgia, 1931 to 33, and Sen. From Georgia since 1933. 24. Before going to our next section, would be worthwhile to cover the family that Bertrand Russell came from. They hold the title of Dukes of Bedford. Ordo W. Russell served in Lord Palmerston's office from 1850 to 52. He served as unofficial ambassador for Great Britain to the Vatican from 1857 to 70. His son Baron Ampthill was Grand Master of the English Masons, 1908 to 1935. He joined the English equivalent of the Knights of Malta, that is the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and served as the Grand Master of the lodge formed at the Bank of England. He was appointed head of the Indian Masons of Madras, India, home of the Theosophical Society. Ordo Russell's son also served in some high political positions. Russell's connected to groups that tie back to the Illuminati. See future chapters, such as 2.5, Charles Edward Russell, Jewish socialist who worked for N.Y. Life controlled by J.P. Morgan, and also for N.Y. Tribune and Herald. 25 James E. Russell, Columbia University professor, who introduced Wundt's Hegelian philosophy to his students at Columbia. 26. Thomas Russell, 1767 to 1803, a revolutionist of the Illuminati stream of revolution. 27 Samuel Russell represented Baring Brothers. Helped open up the port of Shanghai for the international financiers. 28. Bertrand Russell, famous Fabian socialist, and One World Order. 29. Alice Russell, ex-eccentric Quaker, wife of Bertrand and also a Fabian socialist. 30 Rev. Matthew Russell, 1834 to 1912, Jesuit writer. 31. Russell's connected in some way to the IBSA, now called Jehovah's Witnesses, Charles Taze Russell, Sr. Pastor Russell's uncle, broker, and real estate agent. 32 Moses F. Russell, postmaster of Saltillo, Hopkins Company. TX near where Hayden Cooper, Covington's parents, moved. 33 Brother Russell, an early elder of the Belfast Island IBSA congregation. 34. Russell's connected in some way to Mormonism. Elder Isaac Russell, a prominent early Mormon missionary to Great Britain, in 1837. 35 Captain Joseph H. Russell, original investor in stock in the Mormon Deseret Manufacturing Company, which was intended to be an umbrella company for many early Mormon enterprises. 36 The Russell, who opened a store with Mormon blessings in the newly created Salt Lake City. The store was called Miller, Russell and Company, a branch of Russell, Majors, and Waddell, and was a primary source of goods in the area of Utah. 37. Other RUSSELLS Baron Charles Russell, 1832 to 1900, solicitor, lawyer, in Ulster and advocate for Ireland. 38 Jerome Russell a Greyfriar, burned in 1539 for heresy with John Kennedy in Glasgow, Scott. 39 Philemon R. Russell, editor of the Christian Herald and Journal, in the March 19, 1840 issue. He stressed 520 years in prophecy, which was an idea C. T. Russell would later pick up and promote. William Howard Russell, first war correspondent for London's The Times newspaper, in 1854. The London Times has long been part of the world order. That William was the first of his kind is quite significant. Notes. 1. Michels, Robert. Political Parties, a sociological study of the oligarchical tendencies of modern democracy. Orig. 1915, reprint, New York, Free Press, 1962, p. 70. 2. This author has corroborated the connection of the Mormon leadership to the satanic bloodlines and the Prior de Sion through several independent sources.
Tenno, the balance of
One
power
descendant of
continues to
Joseph
shift.
Smith, who took
Navigation
part
is
in
marked with
satanic
new
rituals,
invasions.
has been willing to tell about the family's occult history. A Christian who was once part of the satanic hierarchy, who ran verbal instructions to the Mormon First Presidency from the Council of 13, corroborates their connections. The historical roots, even those that the Mormon leaders themselves have printed, expose the genealogical ties to some of the most powerful occult bloodlines. 3. This subject is very controversial. One of the few books even willing to touch the subject in a scholarly biblical manner is Crawford, Jara B. Last Battle Cry, Christianity's Final Conflict with Evil. Knoxville, TN, Jan Publishing, 1986. Although I don't concur with all of Crawford's conclusions, the book shows more than enough evidence to support the point superscript. 4. Confidential source personally involved with the IT. 5. The documentation to show that the drug war is a contrived scheme is extensive. I have chosen to place some of the documentation much further back, but will state that several researchers give seminars exposing it in detail. The Vietnam War was an important part of the scheme, and since then some of the recent important laws passed to implement this contrived war are PL 99 to 570, PL 100 to 690, and the Omnibus Crime Bill in 1991. 6. Marilyn Ferguson, New Age writer, states in her famous book The Aquarian Conspiracy, p. 90, LSD gave a whole generation a religious experience. But chemical Satori is perishable, its effects too overwhelming to integrate into everyday life. Non-drug psychotechnologies offer a controlled, sustained movement toward that spacious reality. The annals of the Aquarian Conspiracy are full of accounts of passages, LSD to Zen, LS to India, psilocybin to psychosynthesis. 7. Checks by the FBI and other federal agencies confirmed this. 8. Victims of Satanism have disclosed information about some of the extent of Satanism within the rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses and hierarchy. When it became obvious that the art department of the Watchtower Society has been hiding satanic symbols in the pictures of Watchtower publications for many years, the governing body chose to cover it up rather than stop it. 9. Sutton, Anthony. America's Secret Establishment. Billings, Montana, Liberty House Press, 1986, pp. 5, 6, 8, 35, 86 to 67, 100, 212, 253. 10. Schmidt, Greenwood. Encyclopedia of American Institutional Fraternal Organizations. Westport, Connecticut. Greenwood Press, 1980, p. 84. 11. Various Christians have seen Charles T. Russell's KT membership records, which are filed in the Mother Lodge in Ireland. The connections between his beliefs and his actions as the Waite Society's leader and the Masons is the subject of my previous book The Waite and the Masons. 12. Proceedings of the 90th Annual Conclave held in the city of Harrisburg, Dauphin County. PA, Knights Templars, 1943, page 114. 13. This information is compiled from research from several sources. A. Nevin, Adelaide Melia. The Social Mirror, a character sketch of the women of Pittsburgh and vicinity during the first century of the county's existence. Society of Today, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, TA. Nevin Publisher, 1888, p. 19, b. The Pittsburgh Directory. 1878 to 79, showing Elizabeth, the widow of John, and c. John Russell in the 1850 census, and John Russell S. Will Point 14. Denslow, 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume 4, page 82. William H. Russell is also mentioned in the New Age magazine, June, 1963, p. 45. 15. This information comes from several sources including A. Boylan, Henry. A Dictionary of Irish Biography.ny, St. Martin's Press, 1988, p. 345, b. Ancient Wisdom and Secret Sects, Time Life, 1989, p. 154. 16. 17. Denslow, Op. 20. 23. 30. 33. 37. Questioning OLD ASSUMPTIONS. There was enough circumstantial evidence to lead one to question several assumptions. I began to question the assumption that the W.T. presidents were unconnected to each other. Another supposition that was questionable was that the Waite Society did not have a hidden agenda. C.T. Russell's story. Once there was a Jewish family whose name was Russell. They lived in early 17th century Germany. They moved to a country called Scotland. There they respelled the name Russell. They took on the ways of their new homeland. The English tried to settle Protestants from Scotland in Ireland in order to control the Irish. When the opportunity opened up to go to the Emerald Island, Ireland, with the Scottish settlers who went to the plantation Ulster, they went. It is possible, but not known for sure, that they learned to know the Rutherfords either in Scotland or Ireland. Scotland repeatedly appears as the source of much of the religious heresy connected with the power. That C.T. Russell's family were in Scotland for a period, and also from the German states, which seemed to be a hotbed for Jewish Satanism, may be only a coincidence, and then again it might be a clue to understanding the origin of the Watchtower Society. This author's previous book, The Watchtower and the Masons, tells the story how the Arian heresy began at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and spread to the Presbyterians of the Synod of Ulster. The book gives this author's reasons for believing that the C.T. Russell's family in Northern Ireland were Arian in belief before coming to the U.S. And chances are they were involved with Freemasonry also. The Ackley Connection in the Watchtower, and the Masons, the early history of C.T. Russell is given. Charles and his father married two Ackley sisters a number of years after Charles' mother died. What is an intriguing item is that C.T. Russell's mother's will indicates she owned land in Iowa. A description of that land shows it was north of the town of Ackley, Iowa. It turns out that a man named William Ackley had purchased the land in that area and had sold it in large part to Scotch-Irish settlers of the Presbyterian faith as they were coming to America. At the time C.T. Russell's mother died, a town named Ackle had been staked out in 1857, but the Civil War had interfered with construction plans. A Presbyterian congregation had been formed in the area during the early 1860s in the Ackley area, which indicates some settlers had arrived. What connection did the Russells have with the Ackleys years before Charles T. and his father married Ackley sisters. Who are the Ackleys? Maria Ackley, who was Charles T. Russell's wife, was well educated and an excellent writer. Interestingly, in the 19th century, she believed a socialist revolution was coming. She wrote, "This great revolution has not yet come, but where is the statesman or the intelligent citizen that does not see it coming?" Russell, Maria. This Gospel of the Kingdom, p. 26. She was the ghost writer and ghost editor for much of her husband Charles Tay's work. Her family was well off. William Ackley, the land speculator seller in Iowa, traces his ancestry back to Prince Doane and Elizabeth Godfrey. Elizabeth Godfrey, in turn, was the great-granddaughter of William Brewster of the Mayflower fame. The Ackleys were Puritans to begin with and seem to have been concentrated in the Connecticut area, and from there their family members moved out into NY and PA. Another Ackley, 1832 to 1881, at that time was Richard Thomas Ackley, a Freemason who worked for the Miller, Russell and Company store in Salt Lake City in 1858, soon after the Mormons built Salt Lake City. LEADS, of course. These are all simply tantalizing leads for the investigator, but nothing solid. There seems to be much more to Charles Tay's Russell than the little that the public has been told. In the next few chapters, we will attempt to dispel some of the mystery surrounding the man. God's anointed seed. In 1852, the Joseph Little Russell family had a baby who they gave the same name to as his uncle had. This baby, named Charles Taze Russell, had a brother Frank, who was 2 years older, but Charles ended up the favorite of his father. Later Charles would get a sister, Margaret M. Both Charles T. and his sister Margaret spoke on various occasions that his had been chosen before his birth for the work that he was to carry out. Point 1. Margaret referred to her brother as the greatest man alive, the giant unmatched. She stated that he had been chosen for his religious work before his birth. Perhaps Charles Russell family and his father Joseph L., like Joseph Kennedy, who had goals for his son Tobe President, had goals for Charles. If Charles had been encouraged to meet such expectations and had gone forward, then that could account for his sister's great admiration for him. He had fulfilled her father's wishes. At the Put-in-Bay Convention, his sister Margaret had outlined how God planned and chose her brother. First, God had planted a seed with the early church. But the seed had laid dormant for centuries. In due time, she says, the seed of truth grew and was watered according to God's plan. During the Dark Ages, the seed of truth was barely kept alive, waiting for God's chosen one to bring it to fruition. When it was time, God anointed the eyes of her brother at age 17, and God's smile of favor rested upon him. Margaret said her brother was the one, the faithful one who God could depend upon, the one despite the burden and heat of the day, would remain faithful to God. Point 2. Notes 1. C.T. Russell is noted to have privately admitted his belief that he was chosen for his great work before his birth. The Finished Mystery. The Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. 1917, p. 53. A testimony speech given by his sister at the Put-in-Bay Convention, where she said similar things, is commented on the Laodicean Messenger, pp. 179 to 180. 2. The Laodicean Messenger, pp. 179 to 180. The Illuminati Security System Russell Trust is the legal corporation that is the Order of the Skull and Bones, financed the creation of host of security company under the Wackenhuts, including a security service called Wackenhut Corporation, Another part of this is Wackenhut World Technologies Incorporated, or WWT Incorporated. Wackenhut operates worldwide. Their headquarters are in Florida. They have branch offices even in places like Portland, Oregon. Wackenhut handles all intelligence-related and super-secret work classified ultra for Theos. Worldwide, they are the ones who guard the UFO base's topside, along with the CIA's Delta teams and various MP units, etc. Their branch in Las Vegas provides security for the Groom Lake UFO facility. Las Vegas Review-Journal on Friday, the 26th of July 91, p. A 1 and 3A had an article about 3 Wackenhut agents who lost their lives in a helicopter crash near the Groom Lake. The telephone number to Wackenhut World Technologies connects first through the Russell Trust. It is 702-646-4406, and it will be answered by the Russell Trust. Wackenhut's board of directors are CIA, FBI Division 5, NSA, ISA, and NRO officials. The girls who answer the various local Wackenhut Corporation numbers are not in the know about what Wackenhut WD Tech are all about. Their 1-800 hash is 9292431. Their San Reem Avenue, Cerro Gables, FL 33146 hash was 30566656656. Their local no. Here is 2563996, and one of their local CA hash is 7149794966. George Russell Wackenhut is their Security Services Executive. He is also the CHRM and Chief Exec Officer. He worked for the FBI and is a Christian Scientist. Richard Russell Wackenhut is the President and Chief Officer. Wackenhuthers in the neighborhood of 40,000 employees. Mariah and the Mormon leadership, the top 13 families, and the Mormon LEADERSHIP. Rather than having an article this time about an individual family, we will return later to our articles on the 13 top families, Lord willing. This article is an article about the 13 families in general. Content. In the first part of this article we will deal with actual people. In the second part of this article, we will discuss some about the top secret inner workings of the satanic religion that the top 13 Illuminati families participate in. Part 1.1 of the THLNP that the Illuminati has done is instill apathy in people toward resisting their wickedness. A letter by an ex-Mormon says it better than I could. There are many reasons why these people, Mormons, will not come forth even though they know of corruption in the Mormon Church. One is due to their belief in Mormon scripture, which they associate with the Mormon Church. The leadership has usurped power and authority over this scripture. Thus, the members of the Mormon Church think that God expects them to support their misguided leaders. This is much the rationalization that many Americans make about our government. They all know of the corruption, but rationalize that it is unpatriotic to talk against the government or ungrateful to complain when they enjoy superficial prosperity. It is interesting that this Mormon recognizes that the process of the common man's reaction is the same to both Mormon and American leadership. Because, as we will discuss, the top leadership in both, the reader will learn they are related to each other and both under the control of the top 1.3 Illuminati families. The Mormon leaders and THE 13th top Illuminati, BLOODLINE. The Mormon President Ezra Taft Benson, considered a prophet by Mormons, was a fan of the John Birch Society. Most people who have not read my exposes on both the Mormon Church and the John Birch Society will not be able to protect themselves from the Illuminati. I don't expose these organizations without a great deal of proof. I say this because I know from too many sources and too many angles that both organizations were initiated and have been run by the Illuminati. The Mormon Church has long prophesied that they would defend the U.S. Constitution in the last days. They are moving to fulfill that with men like Bo Gritz, who sprinkles his talks with buzzwords from Mormon prophecy. The John Birch Society was part of the process of the Hegelian dialectics of the Cold War. They pretend to be the defenders of the people against the New World Order, but they are fake opposition. I have met quite a few John Birches, and so far, although they claim to be against the New World Order, they want nothing to do with me, or to learn anything one might share with them. I can understand the leadership doing this to me, but somehow the rank and file have picked up on some of the attitudes of the leadership. I don't know how the JBS has managed to do that. But their antagonistic attitudes that they have instilled in their people toward people like myself are amazing. In my Be Wise as Serpents book, I gave the genealogical evidence to show that the Mormon leadership connected to the 13th top Illuminati family, the holy bloodline of what purports to be Jesus' lineage. I've also showed numerous other connections between the Mormon leaders and the elite Illuminati bloodlines. Ezra Taft Benson's genealogy helps tie together some of the various parts of the Illuminati beast. The Taft is Hewson's name is because Ezra Taft Benson is a descendant of Alfonso Taft, who along with one of the Russell family, Russells are one of the top 13 families, William Illinois Russell, started the Order of the Skull and Bones. Legally it has been known as Russell Trust. Remember that George Bush was a skull and bones man. George Bush also is a descendant of 13th top Illuminati family, the family that ties in with British royalty and the Merovingians. The man who just beat George Bush in the presidential race, William Jefferson Blythe Clinton, is a descendant of some Russells. President Clinton this newsletter hasn't gotten to an individual article on the Russell family, but they go way back in the Illuminati. The Russells are responsible for starting the Skull and Bones Order, the Pilgrim Society, the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, and the Masonic Daughters of Isabella, DOI, Archibald D. Russell, 1811 to 1871, a Mason from Scotland, set up still other organizations. Scotland has played a key role in the Illuminati. One example of thousands is Mariner S. Eccles, Governor of the Fed Reserve Board and supporter of FDR, who is member of the wealthy Mormon Illuminati Eccles family, which came over from Scotland. The Russells played a key role in the opium trade in the early 1800s and early Mormonism. One of the Russell business partners was Warren Delano, Jr., Chief of Russell and Company Operations in Canton, China. Delano was the grandfather of President Franklin Roosevelt. The Russell and Company logo was a skull and bones. The Taft family, which is also related to George Bush by blood, and the Harriman family are two families that have been intimately connected to the Skull and Bones Order, which is an entry point into the Illuminati, and on the surface, just an exclusive fraternity. Note: since this was written, Bo Gritz and the Mormon Church have gone separate ways. Bo Gritz, under the direction of his CIA handia, has been moving around talking to patriots and establishing a community called Almost Heaven near Camilla, Idaho. Fritz's newsletters have had several articles about Bo Gritz, including one entitled SPIKE, which is what Bo calls the training he is giving people. The Harriman family is also very prominent in present Bill Clinton's life. Avril Harriman I was the CEO of George Bush's father's company. Avril Harriman's wife was Pamela, who has played an extremely important part in Bill Clinton's life. Pamela Harriman raised more money for the Democratic Party than any other single person, Newsweek, the 15th of May, 1987. She created a political action committee nicknamed Pam PAC. When Bill Clinton lost his race for governor, Pamela made B.I.B. Clinton head chairman of her Pam PAC. It took Brian Quigg, a Christian researcher like myself, to expose the connections between Bill Clinton and Pamela Harriman. Can you guess why the establishment media somehow carefully kept their relationship secret? When Bill Clinton was a high schooler, he shook hands with President John F. Kennedy, a member of one of the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. See the 15th of May 93 newsletter. The master of ceremonies at the affair where JFK and Clinton met was Winthrop Rockefeller, another member of a top 13 Illuminati family, and at the time governor of New York. In the film clips of this event, which the establishment media have used recently, the establishment media edited out Winthrop Rockefeller from the scenes of Clinton and JFK. Now, why do you think they did that? The Astor family, one of the top 13 families, was intimately connected to the creation of the Rhodes Scholarship. See the 1st of January, 93 newsletter on the Astor family. Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar and looked up to Professor Carroll Quigley, the archivist of the CFR, as a mentor. The Quigger-Clinton connection introduces more connections between Clinton and the Illuminati. Quigley sidetracked people by making people think the elite were Anglophiles who wanted the British to rule the world. Although the elite are partial to the English language as a lingua franca, in their heart their allegiance is not to Britain but to Satan. Clinton has been compared to JFK and FDR by people, perhaps in a negative sense. The comparison is appropriate. Let's review some of the items which stuck out as red flags to me about Bill Clinton. Several ex-witches, now Christians, identified Clinton's running mate Al Gore as Switch. Al Gore's book promotes several witchcraft themes, such as Mother Gain worship. Senator Al Gore has intimately worked with other men who are Illuminati for years. Al Gore was close friends with Armand Hammer, the Illuminati courier, who shuttled back and forth between Moscow and America on a regular basis, and had homes in both countries. Hammer bankrolled both Al Gore, Jr. and his father Al Gore, Sr. Al Gore and Bill Clinton raised their hands at the Democratic National Convention and declared that their administration would be the new covenant. Bill Clinton's brother ended up in prison in connection to the illegal drug trade that I know that Bill Clinton was also involved with helping while he was governor of Arkansas. Readers of this newsletter are aware that the top Illuminati families are the power behind the drug trade. See previous newsletter, the 3rd of January 93, p. 19, about some of Bill's role in Arkansas with the drug trade. Bill Clinton's chief campaign advisor James Carville is pictured in People's Magazine. Page 50, Wieringa pentagram in the middle of his forehead. Bill Clinton calls his first press conference as president elect according to the astrologically correct full moon day. Bill Clinton in his inaugural speech said, "This ceremony is held in the depth of winter. But, by the words we speak and the faces we show the world, we force the spring." Clinton repeated the words "we force the spring" later in the speech. That expression is a very unusual expression. To force the spring is witchcraft language. In witchcraft and Satanism, Lucifer, Baal, rises from the underworld on May 1st, also known by the following list of names: Beltane, a major European holiday, communism and the Illuminati's chief holiday, and Walpurgis. The May 1st rising brings forth the season or fertility. which the witches each year take credit for, by claiming that their magic rituals force the spring. The ritual magic that forces the spring is done on 3 Sabbats. The first is Imbolg, also known by names Candemas by the Catholics, and Groundhog Day by common dupes. The second is the vernal equinox, March 20, in which blood and sex rituals are carried out, and the third is Beltane, May 1st, in which fire festivals are done. This is one of the fire festivals, which people around the United States tell me they have witnessed from a distance. Witches believe that on May 1st, the female force completes her takeover from the male force. There are 12 cabinet members, which when they assemble with their head Bill Clinton make the number 13. Bill Clinton choose to force the spring with his cabinet coven. In true witchcraft tradition, the cabinet of Bill Clinton followed the pattern of forcing the spring. In order for the female to overtake the male force, Clinton chose the position of Attorney General. The title General has a male connotation. All the rest of the cabinet members are called secretaries, which has a female connotation. The Attorney General position was to be given to a woman. But in order for the witchcraft ceremony and timing to be right, the woman couldn't take over until after February 2, or Imbolg, and there had to be 3 female candidates, from which one is traditionally picked by a witchcraft coven. This is why the selection of the Attorney General was not confirmed until February 2. And sure enough, all 3 candidates given by Bill Clinton were women, from which one was selected. Bill Clinton did indeed force the spring. Further, Clinton told us HOW he would force the spring in his inaugural speech. On the 666th word of his inauguration speech, Clinton launched into a sentence on sacrifice. It will not be easy, it will require sacrifice. But it can be done, and done fairly, not choosing sacrifice for its own sake, but for our own sake. Clinton gave the hand signal of Satanists at the end of his speech. See previous newsletters this year. And Newsweek magazine headlined its story, New Age President Takes Office. January 25, 93, that Clinton would consider his cabinet a coven is not so far-fetched. Most of his cabinet tie in closely with the Illuminati. The Council on Foreign Relations is an upper level of the visible arm of the Illuminati. The January 93 newsletter explained that the CFR was the equivalent of the 4 degrees of the Bavarian Illuminati. Note that many of these people do not realize the full satanic implications of what they are in. If one reviews the various levels of the Bavarian Illuminati, you will realize that the process of corruption was gradual, and that the lower levels had no idea what they were really involved in, although some probably suspected what they were into. The basic ingredient of the lower levels is loyalty to their superiors, because they believe they are in the elite's organization. Consider Clinton and his cabinet, Slick Willie Clinton, CFRTC, Trilateral Commission, BLDRBGR, Bilderberger participant in various Illuminati front organizations, such as DLC, Rhodes Scholar. Wife Hillary is known to practice shamanism witchcraft. Treasury Secretary, Lloyd Bentsen, BLDRBGR, ex-CFR, connected to Sandel scandal, henchman for the Illuminati. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Donna Shalala, CFR, TC, close friend of Hillary Clinton. Secretary of Defense, Les Aspin, CFR. Socialist Les Aspin chose for his top assistant the pro-communist, Jew Morton Halperin. Halpern was also a DIR of the ACLU, and worked loyally for Henry Kissinger at the National Security Council. Secretary of State, Warren Christopher CFR Secretary of the Interior, Bruce Babbitt, CFR.
I won't ask where you've
He has been
lately.
involved in various
I can
activities
tell
for the
from
elite.
dust on your boots.
Secretary of Labor, Robert Reich Dash, a Zionist Jew.
Nothing
Over 50%
tickled your
of Clinton's
from the
major
mainland.
appointees were Zionist
I
Jews.
use my looking
Strange
glass
considering Jews
to
only make up
spy
2%
on
of the
whoever's
population.
hold.
Attorney General
Have you
Janet
noticed
Reno, murderer
the
of innocent
children?
people at Waco, Texas.
What draws them
The
there,
people at
I
Waco
wonder?
believed that they were the true
What
Jews and flew the Jewish
redeeming
flag at
value do
Waco.
they see?
Notice
There'll
that
be
Reno,
other
who is
times.
Jewish, and was on the board of directors of the Jewish Illuminati terrorist organization of the Anti-Defamation League, could not stand the idea of Christians believing that they are the true Jews. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Henry Cisneros, CFR Secretary of Education, Richard W. Riley, participant at Renaissance Weekend. I think the readers get the picture. I had a list of which ones were known to be gay, but I can't find it. A number of Clintons. I had a list of which ones were known to be gay, but I can't find it. A number of Clinton's high appointees are homosexuals. There is a high correlation between homosexuality and the occult, and also a big correlation between the type of Jews Clinton has chosen and Satanism. Historically, some of the most rabid anti-Christians are Satanists from Jewish backgrounds. During the Inauguration
Look at
Week,
us,
witches,
chatting
homosexuals
like
and
old
homosexual
friends.
witches gathered at the White House for various celebrations, to perform, to hold rituals, and other events. These people were invited by the
You
president
remain
for
quite
various things.
unpredictable.
Clearly, those who are known publicly as a witch or a homosexual are considered honorable by the president. What is the spiritual significance of the Clintons? The answer to this can be found in my very first newsletter back in 1992. Whenever YHVH God has raised up prophets, like Elijah, to turn the people back to God and morality, Satan has sent out the Jezebel spirit. Along with the Jezebel spirit goes the Ahab spirit. Hillary and Bill fit the Jezebel and Ahab spirit exactly. I remember personally, when I heard several prophets of God warn about the Jezebel spirit. I thought this sounds rather strange. I had never heard about it before. Soon I began telling people in the church I was attending about the NWO, and to function, in a small way prophetically, and the Jezebel spirit came into that church. The church had been happy with their elders, but after I began to warn the people about the NWO, a constant clamor was heard every Sunday for the church to select women as elders. This church had a long history without believing in women elders, and it had never been an issue. Unless one is aware of the connection between the Jezebel spirit and the Elijah type of prophet, and knows the full orb of what the Jezebel spirit is, it is not likely that a person would notice the connection between the two. Wall worship was simply a nascent form of Satanism. Jezebel was the daughter of King Ethbaal of Tyre, who was an ardent Baal worshipper. Jezebel was a satanic high priestess, a real witch. She had 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of the groves. She put the true ministers of God to death. Her husband used his political office as she directed to further the power of darkness. We are simply now seeing history repeat itself. Part 2. In this part, we will explain sealing rituals. I am doing this so that Christians can understand who a keeper of seals is, and also so that Christians can understand that Mormonism is closer to Satanism than it is to Christianity. This article will hopefully provide a written record so that Christians have an objective way to determine if someone who claims to be an ex-Satanist really is. I realize that some Christians don't like to learn about their enemy, and that is fine if they do not want to read this. On the other hand, I see people who are coming out of Satanism who the Christians are disbelieving. The Christians have no reference from which to determine whether someone is legitimate or not. And although I believe the Spirit of God is an excellent revealer of men, I have to be frank, even the best of Christians sometimes don't hear what the Spirit has to say and could benefit from a written explanation. The closest descriptions of sealing rituals that I have found that matches the descriptions of satanic hierarchy rituae from people who have come out of the satanic hierarchy are the Mormon sealing rituals. For anyone wanting to do a study about how Mormonism is witchcraft, I suggest they read the scholarly book written by a Mormon scholar, Early Mormonism, and the Magic World UBD. Michael Quinn. Quinn conclusively shows that early Mormonism was based on magic and witchcraft. Quinn, who is a Mormon in good standing, tries to point out in the book that these things can't be held against Mormonism, because most everyone back in the early 1800s practiced magic and witchcraft. Whether most people did or not, seems to me to be irrelevant as to whether it is okay. Another great book showing the connections between the Mormon temple ceremonies, witchcraft rituals, and Masonic rituals is Bill Snowmobile's book Mormonism Temple of Doom. Bill does an excellent job of showing and illustrating how the Mormon temple ceremony, Masonic, and witchcraft rituals are simply the very same thing, with minor variations. One of the most important things in Satanism is sealing. Everything is sealed. One doesn't hear the term sealing used a lot. I have read many books of the enemy to know how he thinks, and it is rare to have someone mention sealing. He had to learn about it from ex-Satanists. If one leaves off studying Satanism and begins studying the many cults and religions, one begins hearing about sealing again when one gets to Mormonism. Mormon men and women, contrary to Luke 20 verse 35, are sealed to each other in the Mormon temple marriages. The early Mormons were sealed to many spouses. The Mormon sealing is very similar to Tohat, is done in witchcraft called handfasting, and it is also similar to marriage sealing in Satanism. Joseph Smith, whose family practiced witchcraft, had many types of seals around their house which were used in magic. According to a magic book of 1830, Demonology and Witchcraft by Walter Scott, pp. 165, 220 to 221, seer stones were to be anointed with oil and sealed with holy characters. In 1837, Mormon leaders performed such a magical sealing for James Con Brewster. Mormonism and the Magic World View. Pages 209 to 210. Joseph Smith had a cane with a serpent on the top of it, and astrological seals below. Magic staff, or canes, are important in Satanism. The seal of Mars was carved on the Smith family athame, which was used by the family to draw circles for magic incantations. Mormonism and the Magic World View p. 142, in 1835, a ritual done by Joseph Smith commune with a spirit messenger is recorded by Oliver Cowdery. Joseph Smith used 2 seals off earth to conjure up the spirit. Ibid, p. 120. Smith's ritual was in accordance with the best occult guidebooks, than the Book of Knowledge and Barrett's Magus. The 1830 edition of the Book of Mormon says that about itself. Their voice shall be as one that hath a familiar spirit. They shall write the things which shall be done among them, and they shall be written and sealed up in a book. 2 Nephi 26:14-17. The Mormon scholar Quinn writes, the Book of Mormon's use of the word sealed also suggested a magic context. Isaiah 29 uses the word sealed only twice, but the Book of Mormon's commentary on the chapter uses sealed 11 times in 8 verses. 2 NE 26:17, 2 NE 27:7-8. Throughout the entire text, the Book of Mormon refers to itself with the words sealed or seal more than 20 times. Modern Mormons have often pictured a physical seal, but the Book of Mormon nowhere describes a physical seal, evoking instead the seal as a non-material restriction. For the book shall be sealed by the power of God. 2 NE 5:27:10. Quinn goes on to describe more about the magical sealing of the Book of Mormon. 33-foot Masonic leader Manly P. Hale in his book on Masonic Symbolop describes a seal involved with black magic and the pact that is made with a conjured demon in a section entitled Modus Operandi for the Invocation of Spirits on P. CIII. Within both the generational satanic covens and the covens made up of recruits to Satanism, there is the office of Keeper of Seals. The Keepers of Seals show the importance of sealing to Satanism. Almost everything done in Satanism involves sealing. There are many vows that are made, and there are always exchanges made during these vows and then a sealing. In the exchanges, there is always something lost by each person. Satanic hierarchy individuals are sealed to others, and the part of a Satanist that is put into another is magically infused. In one ritual, there is a black stone with the Satanist's name written on it that is given to the Queen Mother. See the chart the 1st of January, 93 newsletter to understand this high rank. By giving something open self, that item supposedly gives magical power to the person you have vowed before. If you break your vow, they can take the item you have given and work destructive magic against you. In the satanic hierarchy, they have a moonchild ceremony where they demonize the fetus while in the womb. In the Antichrist ceremony, the item that is exchanged with Satan for a woman's vow to Satanis to sacrifice her child. Then of course this vow is sealed. The Keepers of Seals hold the books full Offerton pacts, and the items exchanged in all these countless rituals. Does the satanic hierarchy have Tesla's invention? A mother of light said, "Power is a transitory experience. It is very conditioned upon the myths you are in. It is important that the person knows the myth is in. He must have a feeling for it. The tangible can become the intangible." I'll leave the reader puzzled how I got this quote from a mother of light. But the idea of the tangible becoming the intangible is an interesting idea, because of two reasons. First, the United States Navy is reported to have found out in W.W.2 in the Philadelphia experiment how to electronically make a force field around something that makes the object invisible. However, the experiment proved to be very dangerous, and it took them years before the technology could be applied to something safely. This technology is being used on the stealth bomber to make them both invisible to radar and to human sight. The second reason is that an ex-Illuminati member states that an experimental box the size of a bread box with controls was being used by the coven to make people invisible. The people had to stay where they were. They could not move around. But they were somehow made invisible by the box where they were standing. Likewise, those who want to believe that Clinton is a nice guy, that he isn't working as a lackey of the Illuminati, go ahead and believe these lies. God will even send you a strong delusion to allow you to believe these lies. But those who love the truth, and are tired of being lied to, and want answers as tohi things are happening like they are, will not accept the surface explanations that cover the debauchery of Satanists. Instead of getting upset that someone like myself is showing you the double meaning behind Clinton's hand signal, people should be upset that an attempt was made to trick Themby Clinton. The Christian people have been told by several Christians, and I could name names, but I want that Clinton is going to lead this nation into righteousness. God's people perish for lack of knowledge. The fact is that if Clinton really came to Christ, and really began leading the people toward righteousness, which he doesn't even now lead the people who put him in officido the real leading, then the hierarchy would kill him. Christians are always saying we need to pray for our leaders. Fine, pray for them. They need to find God. Just realize Clinton is not one of our real leaders. He is way down on the totem pole, and is simply a shoeshine boy for the hierarchy. Maybe the Christian people ought to learn who really leads them so they can pray better. Bush was a heavyweight for the Illuminati, and he was picked by the Illuminati originally as their first choice to win. That was before the primaries. Of course, all the final presidential candidates, Bush, Perot, and Clinton, and maybe some of the others too, were Illuminati men. It was a choice on their part who they wanted. Bush apparently antagonized the Rothschilds, and Clinton was placed into power to appease those who were upset with Bush. That the elite decided to change from Bush to Clinton became visible in September. And in October, I notified my readers that the change of choice had occurred. Supposedly Bush had mishandled something that hurt the Rothschilds financially. But whatever happened, it is clear that behind the scenes some big events happened. Clinton was close friends of Winthrop Rockefeller when he moved to Arkansas. Winthrop Rockefeller gave Clinton over $1 million. In return, Clinton was in his pocket. It has been well worth Clinton's time to serve the Illuminati kings. So good, in fact, that Ace Hayes may be correct when he claims that he has information showing that Clinton owns $1.2 billion in treasury bonds. If so, then it is understandable that Clinton would want taxes collected. I had hoped that my photo of Clinton giving the satanic signal at the inauguration would be finished by now. It isn't, but I will go ahead with this article, since coming out with my March 1593 newsletter, I have found out that Tex Mars came out with a photo showing Clinton's satanic signaling at the inauguration. People need to spiritually discern what Clinton is all about. Clinton gave a speech before becoming president that insiders would have no place in his administration. If people study the situation, the appointments have all been insiders. This is just one example of many that show that the words Clinton speaks are simply the words that the American people want to hear. Slick Willie is an appropriate name, for this president has absolutely no integrity nor honesty. And yet I am hearing people in the churches that want to believe in Clinton. It is sad to say they want this, because God will send them a strong delusion to believe the lies they want to believe in. Federico Pina is our new Clinton-appointed Secretary of Transportation. If he treats the country like he treated Denver, watch out. Pina got the new Denver International Airport project continued against all logic. John Coleman's WIR brings out in his newsletter the details about how Pina's airport project and many other projects he sponsored are white elephants that are not what the public needs, but simply white elephants that help line the pockets of the rich. Those of you who didn't take Tex Mars' newsletter may find it interesting that Bill Clinton has ties to the Jesuits. Of course, I take it for granted that people realize that Carroll Quigley was Clinton's mentor. Carroll Quigley was one of those intellectuals like H.G. Wells who believed in a new world order and the elite that wanted to bring it in. Let me digress and discuss men like H.G. Wells and Carroll Quigley. These men believed that the West should lead the world into a new world order. I suggest that people should read H.G. Wells' book The New World Order, 1940, and his The Open Conspiracy, 1928. Another good book to understand what the elite have planned is Manly P. Hall's book Facing the Future. Oswald Spengler also has a good book to read, The Hour of Decision. The last few chapters of Lionel Curtis's World Order, 1939, also is good in explaining how they want a world commonwealth of states. People like Clinton were feed this type of stuff. But there is a much greater hidden agenda. Manly P. Hall, for instance, was part of Luce's Trust, as was late leader of the Scottish Rite Freemasons, as well as Rockefeller. Luce's Trust's externalization of the hierarchy tells us what the agenda is. The agenda is to externalize the satanic hierarchy, and on page 107 of Externalization of the Hierarchy, it tells us who will rule the world on the earthly plane. His name is Lucifer.
Forget the Lotus. Grineer are your masters.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Watch yourself. Grineer are on the way. Area completed. Move on. I need access to a terminal. Find one and patch me in. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. This will take a moment. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Still working on it. Continue to defend. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
An nth spiritual level, Shambhala, it will be the Lord of the World Sanat. We Christians know the Lord of the World not as Sanat, but as Satan. It's all down in black and white on page 107. Greed and material. Wealth plays such an important part in the lives of all these people who Satan has inspired to help dream up schemes for a new world order. Therefore, most of these people see economics as an important Therefore, most of these people see economics as an important vehicle for creating a new world order. But there is a hidden agenda. The conspiracy is not an economic conspiracy nor a political conspiracy, but as the externalization of the hierarchy reveals in page after page, their conspiracy is a religious conspiracy. People, let's just lay it out on Theline Clinton is a Satanist. He knows what the hidden agenda is. It's an eye-opener to read the books illustrated by Wells, Hall, and Spengler, but believe me, that stuff is just for the blind intellectuals. The real details of this new world order have been written down in detail, and they came directly from the master of evil himself, directly from Satan to his hierarchy, who copied the plans in detail. The people who will implement the new world order are men like Clinton. Men who have no moral code. Men who will glibly tell one lie after another. They won't implement H.G. Wells' plan, they will implement Satan's plan. And prideful Satan will unwittingly implement YHWH gods. Bloodlines of Illuminati. By Fritz Springmeier. Once again, I have opened up my files of research and tried to investigate the satanic hierarchy. Sometimes in doing investigation, one turns down a dead end. I hope I haven't done that. There does seem to be a strong Dutch connection to the Illuminati, and the Van Dyne family might be one of the keys to understanding that Dutch connection. My investigation with Van Dyne family is the only family that has left me without any solid facts that would place them within the top 13 families, however. Because bloodlines are so important to the hierarchy, because it is hard to really investigate these families without understanding their genealogies, I have made the effort to give you a genealogy of Van Dynes that may have some importance. The Van Dyne bloodline. In 1626, Peter Minute traded some trinkets to the Canarsie Indians to purchase Manhattan Island. The history books like to report the value of the trinkets as $24. The purchase was supposedly a good deal for the Dutch. The Canarsie Indians didn't own Manhattan Island, it belonged to other Indians, so it is debatable who got the best deal that day. That was the beginning of the Dutch colony of New Netherlands, and its capital New Amsterdam, built beside Foot. Amsterdam, all three later renamed New York. The Van Dyne family, also spelled Van Dien, Van Dwyn, et al., was one of the Dutch families to come over to the Dutch colony of New Netherlands, which was connected to the Dutch West India Company. Other early important New Netherlands families from the Netherlands include Van Size, Van Cleef, also spelled Van Cleve, and Van Cleve, Van Koen, Van de Water, Duren, and Stoethof. In 1649, 15 years before the British took New Netherlands from the Dutch, Gerrit Cornelissen van Dyne immigrated with his older sister from Brabant, Netherlands. Brabant is a district of Eindhoven in southern Netherlands, but at the time Van Dyne came over it included Belgium, to New Amsterdam. This date is according to Claypool, Edward A. Descendants of Dennis Van Dyne and Alice Tunison, Chicago, Illinois. In contrast to this, the National Cyclopedia Volume 4, p. 258 states that he came over in 1640, which is a mistake, because that was his date of birth. For some reason, Gerrit Cornelius van Dyne returned to Holland to Zwolle on the east side of the Zuider Zee, although he had originally lived in Newkirk in Zeeland before going to New Netherlands, America. Gerrit C. Van Dyne was a coarse, non-spiritual, ignorant man who did carpenter work. His lack of interest in Christianity seems to have carried down through quite a number of generations. After coming to the New World again, he moved away from New Amsterdam fairly quickly to New Utrecht. Now I believe that is where Greenwich
I've reached
Village
that course
is.
a million.
In the long run, his
Oh,
descendants,
very well. Take this.
some related to the Costello family, moved to Michigan, Illinois, Kansas, and elsewhere. In the next century, however, his descendants moved and created 5 branches: one in Queen's Company, NY, one in King's Company, NY, one in Dutchess Company, NY, a 4th in Somerset Company, NJ, and a 5th in Morisco, NJ. It is possible a few other Van Dynes also immigrated from the Netherlands to America. Information on the family is scarce. In Germany, the privilege to use the title von was a special noble privilege. I believe the same applied in the Netherlands, which would mean that the Van Dynes weary of
challenges will perk you right up. Ooh, why not have a go at this royal maze? To the happy mind, all things seem simple. Problems could be solved simply by making them go away.
I believe the same applied in the Netherlands, which would mean that the Van Dynes weary a prominent family when they came over. The low profile of the family didn't end when they arrived in the New World, it continues. The extremely low profile of the Van Dynes makes one wonder if they could really be one of the top 13 families. Still, Mona Van Dyne was the first woman poet laureate, a Pulitzer winner, 1991, and got a good review of her book in 1990 by the I have found that such awards take a combination of both talent and pull, especially in a field as subjective as poetry. It felt to have pull.
The Undercroft is
Where did Mona
a source
Van
of
Dyne get the
unbridled
political
negativity.
pull to get so many awards and many well-promoted poetry
Nothing
books?
but joy.
Even before
So
the
your path
British
is
had
clear,
consolidated
isn't
their
it?
hold on New Netherlands, the area was giving a foreshadowing of what it would become. Pirates, which raided the East Indies and the Red Sea, were outfitted in what is today New York and Rhode Island. William Patterson, born
wouldn't be interested in the junk
c.
I have for sale. This clutter is for common
1655 in
folk.
Scotland, was the
Not
evil
heroes.
genius behind the establishment of the Bank of England. It is strongly believed that he was a trader in New York in 1668 to 69, and that prior to this he had worked with the pirate Morgan, who operated in the New Netherlands area. Witchcraft was part of some people's lives in New Netherlands, but the colony was far more lenient toward them than in the Puritan colony in Massachusetts. The last Dutch governor of New Netherlands, Governor Peter Stuyvesant's sister-in-law, was suspected of witchcraft, but acquitted. Ralph Hall of Seatalcott, Long Island, and his wife were the only ones seriously tried of witchcraft in New Amsterdam, and they were acquitted. In 1687, the British had taken the New Netherlands from the Dutch for the second and final time, and they made the Dutch take an oath of allegiance to the British Crown. 3 Van Dynes of New Amsterdam are recorded having taken that oath. They were Gerrit Cornelis Van Duyn, Cornelis James Van Duyn, and Denise Gerais Van Duyn. However, in the 1790 census taken in New York State, there are no Van Dyne families at all listed. One of the best books on the Van Dyne family is New Netherlands Families by Wilson V. Ledley, Volume 3, which is about the Van Dyne family. I obtained a copy of the Van Dyne part, which was able to assist me in my genealogy work. I count 378 Van Dynes in the 5th generation of Van Dynes in this country. Some of the families that the Van Dynes have intermarried with are Ayling, Allen, Brendel, Bullinger, Greber, Hayes, Kennedy, and Robertson. Some of the other families, which are definitely Dutch, with which the family married with are the Van Burens, the Van Cleves, and Van der Hoof. It would be exceedingly interesting to find out if the Van Dynes connect at all with the Dutch King William of Orange, or some of William of Orange supporters. Many of today's elite trace back to William of Orange, or his prominent supporters. The Van Dyne last name has ended up with many spellings. For instance, in Bergen Company, NJ. The name is spelled Van Dyne, Van Dyen, Van Dwyn, Van Dyne, Van Dyne, and Van Dien. An informer states that Van Dyne is one of the top 13 Illuminati families. If that is so, then it certainly is the least known family of the 13. This article will show clues and evidence that have kept me from rejecting the possibility that the family is indeed one of the top 13. On the other hand, there are also some very puzzling things about this family that almost disqualify it from being a top family. One puzzling thing is how rare this surname is. Considering that the name belonged to one of the earliest settlers in the New World, one would expect quite a clan to have developed. But this is not so. Another puzzling thing is that the conspiracy has a great deal of activity going on in Brussels, Belgium. Belgium is half Dutch, half French. Many of the people in Brussels have Dutch names, and it would be expected that if the Van Dyne family were a top family, they would have someone in Brussels. But I wasn't able to locate any there. See the reproduction of the Brussels phone book tells how that some places have been named after the Van Dynes, but none live there, although 2 Van Dynens are listed. Van Dynes that caught MYEYE historically. There were a few Van Dynes that caught my attention. Cornelis Van Dyn, 1709 to 1779, left an inheritance of £1,000 of money to children. William Van Dyn, 1695 to 1773, left 2 plantations to children in will. Aaron Van Dyn, 1830-1899, trustee and deacon of the Meth. Episcopal Church Alfred Voorhees Van Dyn, 1843-. An undertaker of Middlebush, N.J. Harrison Van Dyn, 1845-1914, member of N.J. Legislature in 1879, became Speaker of the House in 1881, Scottish and Yorkite Freemason, member of the Holland Society. See Holland Society Yearbook 1915, and numerous other business organizations and societies. Horace N. Van Dyn, stockholder in the Boston National Bank. Lewis Van Dyn Dash, surveyor, organizer, and president of Buntan Water Company, owned lots of real estate. Simeon Van Dyn Dash, inventor, member Meth. Church in Boonton. The Van Dyn name is known in western United States because of Van Dyn chocolate candies. The Van Dyn name has been well known in the New York area. The oldest of the large care centers for the elderly in New York is named after a Van Dyn. It was founded in 1827 at Syracuse, New York. Address is West Seneca Turnpike. This elderly care center, the Van Dyn Home and Hospital, was reported to have 537 total regular staff, 136 nurses, and 526 licensed beds, which are kept 99% occupied, making it the largest. I have very limited knowledge of the Van Dyn family. 3 Van Dyns are worthy of mention at this point. 1 Van Dyn was reported by an NSA informant to have been the liaison officer between MI6, the CIA, Mossad, and the Vietnamese government during the 1960s. Another Van Dyn was the founder of a branch of Planned Parenthood, an important new age group which has been promoting sterilizations, birth control, abortions, etc. for over half a century. The third is Mona Jane Van Dyn, who has authored several poetry books and is a Guggenheim Fellow. Edward Seguin Van Duyn and Planned Parenthood Edward S. Van Dyn, 1872-1955, was a prominent surgeon who was born in Syracuse, New York. He went to Princeton University and then got his MD at Syracuse University in 1897. From 1909 until 1950, he was a surgeon. During the ghastly WWI, he was in the U.S. Army Medical Corps in France, first as a major and then as a LT. Colonel Edward S. Van Dyn attended the Unitarian Church during his Life 8 Church, which has long been associated with Wicca. He also associated with the Liberal Presbyterians. In 1933, he founded the Planned Parenthood Center of Syracuse, New York. Planned Parenthood Federation of America was an Illuminati-inspired organization that was set up to accomplish several objectives. The organization's own stated purpose is very revealing: to provide leadership making effective means of voluntary fertility regulation, including contraception, abortion, sterilization, and infertility services, available and fully accessible to all as a central element of reproductive health. Stimulating and sponsoring relevant biomedical, socioeconomic, and demographic research, developing appropriate information, education, and training programs to increase knowledge about human reproduction and sexuality. Planned Parenthood Federation of America has about 190 affiliated organizations and actively promotes its agenda all over the world. It operates about 900 centers in the U.S. It maintains a 5,000-volume library on abortion, sterilization, and population control. One of its leaders, Alan F. Guttmacher, signed the Humanist Manifesto, and the President Faye Wattleton was awarded Humanist of the Year in 1986. Both hate Christians. Margaret Sanger, who advocated neo-Malthusian population controls with money from her husband and rich backers, started the American Birth Control League, ABCL, in 1921. The ABCL opened up the Birth Control Research Bureau, BCCRB, in 1923. In 1939, the ABCL and another similar group merged to form the Birth Control Federation of America, BCFA, which in 1942 changed its name to Planned Parenthood Federation. Consider the changes that have happened within our lifetimes. In 1957, birth control devices were outlawed in all NY metropolitan hospitals. In 1969, the federal government was subsidizing abortions and birth control through the Federal Anti-Poverty Program. In the 1980s, public schools started offering condoms and new types of sex education programs for teenagers. The Schlesinger Library has been actively keeping historical records of the family planning movement, and David Kennedy wrote the book Birth Control in America, The Career of Margaret Sanger, in 1970. Much of what has happened in abortions, birth control research, and population control mechanisms has come as a result of these type of organizations. I was curious what kind of people want you sterilized, our babies aborted, and the world's population reduced. What kind of people are funding the enormous amount of money it takes to get people to abort their babies? What does it cost to get a population to voluntarily neuter themselves? I randomly picked IR 1984 to research the funding for Planned Parenthood and the Planned Parenthood branches. I was astounded at how huge the sums of money that the elite spend in just 1 year to get us to castrate ourselves and tie our tubes and abort our babies. I have divided the list of foundations that donated money to Planned Parenthood in just the single year of 1984 into 2 categories. The first category are foundations that I can identify having connections to the Illuminati. The others are all the rest, and I suspect this second group has many that tie back too. I most likely haven't figured out how. Illuminati connected foundations donating to Planned Parenthood and branches dash, and the amounts donated in 1984. Vincent A. Astor Foundation, $150. 000 Mary Duke Biddle Foundation, $5. 000 Dodge Foundation, $115,000. The DuPonts are behind GM. Ford Foundation dash, $200,000. McGeorge Bundy was present. Of Ford found. William Randolph Hearst Foundation dash, $10. 000 Freemason, Jesse H. Jones Houston Endowment dash, $30. 000 Eli Lilly and Co. Foundation dash, $10. 000 Lilly Endowment, $100,000. Andrew W. Mellon Foundation dash, $9.70. 000 Richard King Mellon Foundation, $55. 000 Jewish Rosicrucian, Fred Meyer Charitable Fund, $10. 000 Morgan Guarantee Trust, $31. 000 Jesse Smith Noyes Foundation, $152,400. JN PEW Memorial Trust dash $730 000 Prudential Foundation $8000 Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust dash $25 000 Z.S. Reynolds Foundation dash $30 000 Russell Sage Foundation $5 000 Max Stern Foundation $20,000. Levi Strauss Foundation dash $5,000. Other foundations contributing to Planned Parenthood. Some of these may well also have the Illuminati behind them. Armanson Foundation $125. 600 Theodore and Beulah Beasley Foundation $100,000. Alan Bradley Foundation dash $15,000. Worthington Benedum Foundation dash $15 000 Otto Bremer Foundation $7 500 Gwendolyn Catherick's Foundation $50,000. Lewis Calder Foundation dash $20 000 Champlin Foundation $25 000 Central NY. Community Foundation dash $125 000 Charlotte Foundation $6 250 Robert Sterling Clark Foundation $200,000. Clark Foundation dash $15 000 Olive B. Cole Foundation dash $30 000 Commonwealth Fund $200 500 Dolfinger McMahon Foundation $5 000 Educational Foundation of America $50,000. OP and WE. Edwards Foundation dash $15 000 Samuel S. Fells Fund dash $5 000 Field Foundation $40 000 Gebby Foundation $10 945 General Mills Foundation $15,000. Wallace Alexander Gerbode Foundation dash $16 000 Morris Goldseeker Foundation dash $30 000 George Gund Foundation $108 096 Walter Haas Foundation $7 870 Odder F. Hall Charity Fund dash $11,000. Ewing Halsell Foundation dash $25 000 William Hewlett Foundation $850 000 Dayton Hudson Foundation $10 000 Humboldt Area Foundation $35 000 Jewett Foundation of Calif $12,500 gave to ID and WA Planned Parenthood. Walter S. Johnson Foundation dash $147 506 Kalamazoo Foundation $32 656 J.M. Kaplan Fund dash $50,000. Keck Foundation $15 0x Peter Kiewit Foundation dash $45 000 Cranett Charitable Trust $150,000. Robert Wilson Foundation dash $50,000. If the reader is wondering what happened, that some of the other top Illuminati families are not on the above list, the reason why is that the other families were supporting other organizations similar to Planned Parenthood Foundation, which are also working to promote sterilizations, abortions, and sexual promiscuity. For instance, the Rockefeller family runs hundreds of foundations. And just two of these, the ones named after the Rockefellers, supported the following groups in 1984, which have the same goals and agenda as Planned Parenthood Center for Population Options. Donation given, minus $29,730. Population Council, $1,235,000. Alan Guttmacher Institute, $300,000. This is a dangerous organization doing research to promote these things. Population Institute, $10,000. On top of this, in 1984 the Red Chinese Academy of Medical Science was given several Rockefeller grants to do contraceptive, sterilization, and genetic research. One of these was a $6,647 grant given to the Red Chinese Academy of Medical Science to study male contraceptives. Has abortion, sterilization, sexual promiscuity, population control, and genetic research been part of the Illuminati's long-range plan? You bet. But it was important that the Illuminati convince the experts, at least the experts they control, that these things were needed to save mankind. 3 studies were made by the elite to determine that a population explosion was threatening the Earth. According to William Cooper in Behold a Pale Horse, pp. 166 to 67. The first was during WW2, the second at Huntsville, Alabama in 1957, and the third by the Club of Rome ending in 1968. All 3 studies concluded that population growth must be curtailed. Last year, at a meeting of the elite, George Hunt obtained a handout which shows that the elite are committed to stopping the population growth by any means available. Years earlier, Illuminatus Dr. Aurelio Pepe advocated a plague similar to the Black Plague, and when the idea was developed it became the AIDS epidemic. The Illuminati have the cure for AIDS. Actually, there are many cures for AIDS, but the one they had before the AIDS epidemic began will not be given to the population until enough people die, or until the elite are exposed enough that they are forced to give out the cure. Dr. Wolf's Muniz. Pope John Paul II's ex-roommate was one of the masterminds behind Pope John Paul II's ex-roommate was one of the masterminds behind the AIDS epidemic. The National Security Council has had an ad hoc group on population policy to strongly encourage other nations to have birth control, abortions, and sterilizations. This group drafted the Global 2000 report, which was given to Carter. Whether the population explosion is a threat or not, having traveled worldwide, and having a father who was considered one of the better agricultural scientists, I contend it is not a threat. The world's elite believe it, and they make the decisions. Further, they have a vested interest, an immoral need to believe in the overpopulation lie. Van Duyncandis Van Dine Candies has its kitchen and administration at 739 ME. Broadway, Portland, Oregon. They operate 10 retail candy stores in Portland, 1 in Silverdale, Washington, near Bremerton. The 63-year-old company has 16 shopping mall leases and wholesales candy to other candy distributors. It also operates a subsidiary Miss Sailor's Candies Incorporated of Long Beach, California. Van Dine has in turn been bought out by Van Ryan Corp., 2360 Northwest Quimby Street, Portland, 97210. In 1990, American Confectionery Incorporated of Chino, California was listed as owner of Van Dine Candies. These statistics were the ones I was able to get. They may be outdated. One informant felt that Van Dyne candies might play a role in the distribution of poisoned candy to American school children, which was an Illuminati plan on the drawing boards years ago. I contacted a Van Dyne representative about any company plans to distribute candy to schools, but got no information. The company has had its share of strange things happen. Richard McCaw, who was the president, borrowed $391,000 of the company's funds for his personal use.
Thanks, I guess.
This theft of company funds was forgiven when he gave up his position and his share of stock so that he no longer had control over a large block of stock. On April 27, 1988, the Oregonian reported that the company had gone bankrupt and had filed for bankruptcy in March 1987. However, company officials declared that the bankruptcy was merely a reorganization which involved the resolving of the equity split in financial control of the company. The Van Dyne candies reported $10 million in sales in 1986. If they play any role in all of this or not, I cannot say. I certainly do not suggest that any of my readers boycott their candies. That would be rather rash and certainly is not what I want to see happen. Besides, because they wholesale to others, I don't what other labels the candy gets sold under. A string of strange coincidences, a strange thing that happened to me that may be just coincidence, or another piece of the puzzle. I will not mention any names, because I do not know how this all fits together. One of the men who owns 2 Van Dyne stores is an ex-missionary to Taiwan and a minister. This ex-missionary still is on best-of terms, close friend, with the most powerful Free Chinese Army generals. He drives Cadillacs, and when he visits China is given the red carpet by his military general friend. This ex-missionary, the minister, was a friend of mine, and in 1990, when he heard I had written a book, he was excited to buy my book, because we were friends. When he found out the title was The Watchhour and the Masons, he immediately lost interest in the book and never bought it. I asked him if he knew anything about the Freemasons, and he said he knew absolutely nothing about them. I thought that was a strange reply, because he was a leader of the Kiwanis in this area, and I have been to his Kiwanis Briakfasts, which were held in the basement of a Masonic lodge here in Portland. How did this minister arrange for his Kiwanis club to meet in a Masonic lodge, yet know nothing about the Masons? Further, there are many Masons with his surname, so that at least within his extended family I would expect some of them are Masons. Later, this man's son-in-law, also a minister, called me to his son-in-law's office in a particular church, and told me I should be excommunicated by Christians for trying to expose Billy Graham, even though this minister's church doesn't excommunicate. He gave me mean looks and further told me, "You will die for your sins." I don't know if this owner of Van Dyne stores has any relationship to the larger picture, or if all this is just a number of strange coincidences. I don't even know if the Van Dyne Candy Company is related in any way to the Van Dyne family, although one informant claims it is. A Van Dyne and the CIA, MI6, Mossad, NSA etc. MI6 was intimately involved in the creation of the CIA and Mossad. And MI6 is the guiding hand behind those 2 organizations. British intelligence was integrated under the title British Security Coordination, which was the world's largest and most powerful intelligence beast in the world. This beast has been under total control by the Illuminati since its beginning. Since 1940, when the BSC was set up in New York, the Americans have worked for the British. But the intelligence community in the UK, USA, Canada, Australia, NZ has gone a step beyond the secret intrigue of intelligence agencies secretly controlling other intelligence agencies. They have actually signed formal agreements which completely make all these acronym monsters into one intelligence agency. There is the Technical Cooperation Program, TTCP, and the ABCA Agreement, which concerns intelligence information exchange in the areas of defense research and development. The ABCA Agreement concerns military intelligence. The Bruiser Agreement on May 17, 1943 established exchange of personnel and the most intimate cooperation at the highest levels by the various national intelligence agencies of all high-grade command. A secret treaty of 1947 linked all the major Commonwealth and American intelligence groups. This is just one of countless agreements, most secret, for the exchange of information. At that point in time, levels of secrecy were ultra, very secret, Pearl, moderately secret, and Thumb is secret. Pearl and Thumb later became pin-up. On the 17th of February, 1972, a National Security Council Intelligence Directive, NSCID-6 directed the NSA to be the principal U.S. SIGINT agency, with the FBI and CIA basically working for the NSA. Although some people are claiming that there is friction between the NSA and its front organizations, the FBI and CIA, it is hard to picture that this friction is anything serious, because many people in these front organizations work for the NSA. The CIA, MI6 and the Mossad all worked through the BCCI, which was scandalized recently, although the elite kept the lid on the scandal. Together the Yakuza intelligence community, or what is better termed the NWO's Intelligence Worldwide Intelligence Agency, of which MI5, MI6, CIA, NSA, FBI, NZSIS, RCMP, SIS, ASIO, GCHQ, NRO, DIA, and the SASB are simply departments, have together at least 300,000 people employed full-time. If there was in the 1968 time period of Van Dyne, serving as the liaison between these various intelligence departments, he would be a very powerful man. There is a way open to me to confirm this about a Van Dyne if I get the time. Two other prominent early Dutch Americans. Family is one of the men who has worked for the NWO in their think tanks and with their intelligence agent is Professor William R. Van Cleve, who is a descendant of the New Netherlands families. His name is mentioned now because it is quite possible the Van Cleves and the Van Dynes intermarried. Know that William Van Dyne married Sarah Van Cleef in Somerset, New Jersey in around 1750. Professor Van Cleve worked for RAND, Stanford Research Institute, Department of Strategic and Defense Studies at the University of Seoul, Calif, and was an advisor to the Pentagon, the SALT conferences, etc. The Van Cleves are said to have originated from an ancestor, Jan van Cleve, who was the son of Dutch nobility, the last Duke of Cleves. He is said to have come to America in 1653. Two of the Van Cleves were Scottish Rite Masons in Chicago around the turn of the century. Some important connections: Collins, Whitney's, Vanderbilts William Collins Whitney, a member of the Illuminati via the Skull and Bones Order, is someone who I suspect was part of the Collins family. The Collins family is without doubt one of the top 13 Illuminati families. William Collins Whitney was a directory of Guarantee Trust, as well as his son H.Q. Whitney, who served later. William Collins Whitney married Flora Payne, daughter of Standard Oil's treasurer Oliver Payne. William Collins Whitney's two sons were both members in the Skull and Bones, and one of them married Gertrude Vanderbilt, another originally early Dutch-American family. The money that the Whitney family had amassed from the Paynes and the Vanderbilts then was put into Guarantee Trust, JP. Morgan, and Guggenheim. Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt was a member of the Skull and Bones Order in it. 1899. A. Vanderbilt was sent a warning not to sail on the Lusitania, because the elite knew it was to be sunk, but he failed to get the telegram and sailed to his death. Whitman Vanderbilt was part of the group of Illuminati that made up the round table in which the satanic Aestheres and satanic Cecils played a big role. I have sometimes wondered if rather than the Van Dynes that the name we should be dealing with is Vanderbilt. In any case, the point is that several of these originally Dutch families are in deep with the Illuminati. The origin of the Vanderbilt fortune is an obscure mystery. It was close to 1 billion in 1924 and must exceed numerous billions today. One reference states that Cornelius Vanderbilt, the original Vanderbilt who made Ittrick, made his large sums from blackmail, Minigerode, mead. Certain rich men. New York, G.P. Putnam's Son, 1927, pp 112 to 113. Lindsay Russell, of the Russell family, another top 13 Illuminati family, worked for the Vanderbilts. It was Lindsay Russell who started the Pilgrim Society, which is 6 degrees of the branch Illuminati. Lindsay Russell was also chairman of the CFR, which is the 4 degree. The Vanderbilts, the Whitneys, the Goulds, and the Rockefellers gave large sums of money to Billy Graham for his New York crusade. The Dutch connection TODAY. Many ex-Nazis and elite industrialists have made their homes in the Garderen-Putten area of the Netherlands. The Bilderbergers are building a super hotel, a conference center near this area. One of the companies involved in building the hotel is the Nazi family of Nicanius. The Belgium-Dutch connection to the Illuminati is not trivial. The Dutch William of Orange deposed English King James II in the fighting of 1688 to 91. That is significant, because it appears that Illuminati financial headquarters were in Amsterdam prior to William of Orange's victory. After that victory they moved to London. One only has to note how important Brussels has been to the New World Order to realize that the lowlands of Belgium and the Netherlands continue to be important for the elite. For instance, the Beast, the supercomputer, which is notified within seconds of every financial transaction you carry on at an ATM, is located in Brussels. If the Van Dyne family were indeed one of the top 13 families, it might break open some big clues to understanding THC Belgium connections and elements within the Illuminati. Earlier newsletters and the Be Wise as Serpents book have described high-level rituals carried out in a castle, Berg, in Belgium. There are Dutchmen in the genealogy of the Roosevelt presidents in the line that goes back to the British royalty. Other prominent elitists tie back to the Netherlands and Belgium also. Elizabeth van Buren wrote The Sign of the Dove, which is a book about the Merovingians, the 13th top Illuminati, bloodline, and Jesus. The book takes a Gnostic approach to religion and puts forth the idea that the Merovingians were of extraterrestrial descent. He had expected to find the town of Dyne from which the Van Dyne would have taken their name, but none of the maps so far have shown it. I had expected to find more important Van Dynes in the Netherlands and in the US. Instead, I only found a Hiddy Hendrik van Dyne, who came over from the Netherlands and became a state educational official. Clearly, I have only broken the surface intriguing to understand the Dutch connection in the Illuminati. Conclusions and SUMMARYs has been theorized by others that at the top of the Illuminati are unknown superiors. So this should not scare anyone that I don't have all the details, and that the family is unknown. On the other hand, it is very hard to hide people who wield immense power. So far, I have dealt with families that were definitely within the top 13 Illuminati families. if the Van Dyne family is part of the top 13. It may represent the Dutch-Flemish-Belgian segment of the Illuminati. Just as the Aestiers and Rothschildsgein from Germany, the Duponts from France, the Lees from China, and the Kennedys from Ireland, actually, the entire 13 top families are related in various ways, and their heritage go back to the ancient nobility of Europe, to the tribe of Dan, and to the Khazars. Many of these top families feel they are descendants of the House of David. One researcher has even told me that the Royal House of Japan is blood relation to the 13th top Illuminati family. Truth is often stranger than fiction, but this sounds truly incredible. That would be interesting if the genealogy, which he claims does exist, does actually show that. It would help explain why Japan is being brought into the picture. I was able only to identify that the Van Dyne family was a very early colonial American family of status, and that the few modern members of this family, which I could identify, are suspiciously tied to the establishment and fit the type of persons we would expect from a top 13 family. If anyone has any information concerning this subject, that information would be appreciated. Revisiting the Van Dyne family, one of the top 13 Illuminati families, the Dutch-Belgian connection, is one link that is very powerful in the Illuminati, but an area of which my knowledge is very scattered. I am trying to rectify that ignorance. Since my big article in July 1st, 1993 issue about the Van Dynes, I received more confirmations and tips from ex-Illuminati informants. So I have continued my search for details on the Van Dyne family. I was given the tip that the Illuminati members of this family were located in someplace, like Michigan, and I did indeed find that the Grand Rapids area has a large number of Van Dynes. There are also a small smattering of Van Dynes. There are a few variant spellings such as Van Duyn at Lansing, Michigan, North Oakland, MI, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and St. Paul. I was also able to identify one more Van Dyne who has been part of the power structure, and might possibly then be part of the actual secret generational satanic cult activity. This man was an official for UNESCO. I have had ex-witchcraft sources tell me that UNESCO was passing NWO instructions onto them. UNESCO is one of the more directly controlled and more dangerous UN organizations. My writings have referred to it before. This man's name is Robert Gerald Van Duyn. He married Florence Elizabeth Noia. Robert Van Duyn served as the Associate Director of the WK Kellogg Foundation, which is a large foundation with HO in Battle Creek, Michigan. The Kellogg Foundation gives grants to Catholic universities to research along the lines of Illuminati goals and a variety of other causes. For instance, a 1984 $100,000 grant was given to the American Association of Community and Junior Colleges. The purpose? To implement a national recruitment effort to enlist the support of government and corporate leaders to improve policies concerning adult education and training. Of course, as you know, most national government and corporate leaders are part of their power structure, so of course they, the Illuminati, would like these people in the decision-making process of our junior colleges. The foundation contributed almost $10,000 in 1984 to the Battle Creek Board of Education. That should give the foundation key bit of clout in the local school board's decisions. Many of the grants of the Kellogg Foundation promote things in healthcare and agriculture, which are in the general trend of what the Illuminati is pushing for. The American government loaned Robert Van Duyn to UNESCO from 1972 onwards. He was given the position of coordinator of UNESCO Service World Bank Education Project. To be in that position shows he was part of the elite, whether he was or wasn't a Satanist. UNESCO is being used to push a NWO education agenda on the world. Recently, the death of Patricia Van Cleve Lake opened up some more clues about the Van Dynes. In the July 1st article I mention on page 52 that one of the other early Dutch families in New Amsterdam, which intermarried with the Van Dynes, was the Van Cleves. 10 hours before Patricia Van Cleve Lake died on October 3, she called her son and told him the truth about who she was. The 3-paragraph death notice was buried on page 14 in an LA paper, I think the LA Times. What she told her son on her deathbed was that she was the daughter of William Randolph Hearst and movie star Marion Davies. Various people noticed her resemblance to Hearst, but dared not speak about it publicly. Her son told people after she died, she lived her life on a satin pillow. They took away her name, but they gave her everything else. Patricia was always introduced as the niece of Marion Davies, who in reality was her mother. The rumor mill since the 1920s had claimed Patricia was Hearst's daughter, but it wasn't until just this last month that it had been publicly said. The news links the Van Cleve family to Hearst. All this news is very interesting in light of several previously established facts. First, Hearst, who funded Billy Graham's first 3 years of crusades, was part of the Illuminati. Second, the Illuminati often adopt out their children to hide their paternity and ancestry. Third, the Van Cleve family is linked to the Van Dynes, which raises the possibility of links between Hearst and the Van Dynes. Follow-up article on the Van Dynes. The Long Van Dyne article of the July 1st 93 newsletter indicated that I was puzzled that I hadn't found more clues about the power of the Van Dyne family, which an informant had told me was one of the top 13 Illuminati families. Since that time, I have spent time with a very knowledgeable ex-Illuminatus, and it was confirmed that the initial information was indeed correct. The Van Dynes are one of the top 13 bloodlines. Some of the satanic members of this bloodline are in the north-central area of the United States, such as in Michigan. I found out that this bloodline keeps much of their money in Europe, and that they are linked to some Italian stash, the Mafia. With some more clues to pursue, I hope to discover some more about this top Illuminati family which has gone to such great lengths to be hidden. It is clear that they have kept their money and businesses well hidden, via holding companies and other gimmicks. EPILOGUE. This collection of articles has tried to take the reader backstage to meet the families that control the Illuminati and the world. One of the best places to see representatives of the different 13 families together are when they gather for the Feast of the Beast. The backstage story is far from being told. The Van Dyne family is a fitting way to end this book, because the mystery that surrounds them highlights the work that still remains to tell the complete story. The Van Dyne articles do not mention Roel van Dyne of Amsterdam, Netherlands, who founded, headed in modern times the socialist, the communist movement in the Netherlands. He was a powerful man. The movement was led by provocateurs, whose demonstrations at times got violent. What is the nature of the relationship between the Van Dyne family and the Van Cleve family? I know there was some intermarriage, but due to time restraints, I never completed my investigation down this avenue. While Roel van Dyne was leading his radical movement, Miss Davies' father was living at Hart's Riverside DR. No. 336. And her brother-in-law George Van Cleve was an executive in Hearst's Film Corporation. The mystery of the Van Dyne family is also reflected in the mystery surrounding the Romanov family. The Romanov family had more than the Russian branch. There was, for instance, a Prussian branch. And some of their family, like the Grand Prince Alexis Romanov, came to America, where his granddaughter Mary Tysia, the cousin to Alexander Romanov, was one of J. Paul Getty's main lovers. J. Paul Getty, if you have forgotten, was at one time listed by Fortune magazine as America's richest man. Not only does Romanov blood flow in some of the Illuminati, the Romanov name pops up among the friends of Frank Sinatra. Mike and Gloria Romanov were friends of Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra's social activities were like a who's who in the mafia and Illuminati.
If she doubted,
Frank
she
Sinatra
hid
would
it.
travel to France
Her
to spend
failures
time
merely
with
made her
Baron Guy
more
de Rothschild,
determined to succeed.
or could be found doing a charity ball for the World Mercy Fund with Lawrence Rockefeller.
You into the undercroft.
Mentioning the
Don't
Rockefellers
dwell on
brings
the
us
choices
right
that led
back
you
to the
there.
Romanovs.
Just be in the moment.
And then
act
who was in Marie
mindfully.
Rasmussen, who married Nelson Rockefeller's son Stephen Clark Rockefeller. When one reads her book, There Was Once a Time of Islands, Illusions, and Rockefellers, N.Y., Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1975, one learns that she was from Norway, a maid in the Rockefeller home, learned TM, and was shocked by the Rockefellers' abundant primitive art of the Rockefellers. Primitive simply was a Rockefeller expression for all the nude art that they have all around. In her book, she talks about the playhouse at Highcourt, about Margareta, Happy, Rockefeller's close friend Mrs. Vincent A. Steer, about Lawrence Rockefeller's St. John Island, where he built the Canyon Bay Plantation, and the Rockefellers' ranch at Jackson Hole, WY. Talking about the A. Steers brings us back to Frank Sinatra, who bought Mary A. Steers' large rambling property in the Toluca Lake area of the San Fernando Valley. Frank bought the land without even seeing it. Frank is not the only one not seeing things. So much of what is being told us by our media is outright distortions. John D. Rockefeller, Sr. would get together secretly with William H. Vanderbilt and Jay Gould to scheme against the public. They took oaths to cooperate, while the public thought they were antagonists. And what about the Rockefeller-Rothschild feud? And why did John Archbold, John D. Rockefeller's right-hand man, go overseas and secretly work out business arrangements with the Rothschilds in the 1880s? One CIA agent described the company as a worn-out whore who needs to come in off the street and get cleaned. The Illuminati have made the CIA and used it for their own ends, and have let the CIA be the fall guy when we start looking. Closer at the CIA, we see men like Archie Roosevelt of the Roosevelt family, who was a leader in the CIA, going to places such as Nigeria to visit the Emir of Kano with David Rockefeller. This Rockefeller, a Roosevelt visit to the Emir was close to going to Timbuktu. David Rockefeller took along his own private professor of Egyptology when he went to the pyramids and to Egypt. Perhaps his love for Egypt relates to David's fixation and love for Beatles. Another aside is that America's foremost Egyptologist, Dr. Charles Breasted, was underwritten by the Rockefellers. But then those few who understand the one-to-one correspondence of the Book of the Dead's rituals and modern satanic rituals might not be surprised. Nelson Rockefeller was part of the National Security Council, which sits even higher than the CIA in intelligence affairs. Speaking of far-off places, what about Miss Osman Ali Khan, who was the principal Muslim ruler of India at one time? And what about the multimillionaire, possible billionaire Aga Khan Il? These men interacted socially with the Illuminati families. And how far does the Rockefeller wealth go? We know that through the Chase Investment Corporation, they have such far-off holdings as a steel mill in Turkey and a cotton textile mill in Nigeria. Creole Petroleum of Venezuela is owned by Nelson. Chase Manhattan as a full-time envoy to the UN. And the Secretary Generals of the UN visit the Rockefellers at their estate at Pocantico. A number of families threw themselves in with the Rockefellers and owe their family wealth to the fact that they served the Rockefellers. These include John D. Archbold, the Harkises, the Bedfords, the Chesborough, the Cutlers, the Flaglers, the Folgers, the Paynes, the Pierces, and the Rogerses. The Rockefellers have had a number of senators who he owns. In 1904, Senator Penrose received $25,000, and Senator Bliss received $100,000 given via Rockefeller Standard Oil. One scholar wrote against the Rockefeller control of politics. The Standard Oil had done everything to the Pennsylvania legislature except refine it. Henry Demarest Lloyd, wealth against the Commonwealth. When the Rockefellers wanted to build a highway, they would summon people like Interior Secretary Stuart Udall to Nelson's apartment, where he talked Udall into permitting the Rockefellers to build an unpopular highway. In 1968, Hubert Humphrey wanted both David and Nelson Rockefeller in his cabinet. The Rockefellers cooked up the idea to have a World Trade Center in NY, and their cronies were involved in a scandal to promote the idea. David wrote letters this to President J.F. Kennedy. Where do all these elite connections end? All these top 13 Illuminati families tied together at the Feast of the Beast rituals. In addition to this grand meeting, where Satan puts in his personal appearance, these families have smaller meetings and rituals frequently all over the world. Their Council of 9 and their Council of 13 meet and send out their orders regularly. Volume 2 will examine how the Illuminati rule, what their organizations are, and what their life and rituals are like.
Oh, maybe you could
An appendix, so
find
to
time
speak.
to rescue a condemned man.
As I failed to provide a genealogical chart for the Rockefeller family while doing my newsletter articles, I will as an appendix add that to this page point one of the families that intermarried with the Costellos was the Van Dyne family. But who are the Costellos? Frank Costello, died 1973, was the underworld boss of New York for many years until Vito Genovese, died 69, took control. Carlo Gambino took over from Vito until his death, and then in 1976 Carlo in turn died, and his heir Paul Castellano, with some of the Gambino family, took over. Now Roosevelt, Rosiel Rose, Gambino runs the Gambino family. The Gambino family is related in marriage to the Eli Lilly Illuminati family. Frank Costello had Jerry Katina working for him, and Eddie Torres was a close friend of Jerry Katina. Eddie Torres was the president of the Las Vegas Casino Riviera before Gus Greenbaum took over. Greenbaum was connected to all the mafia and was a casino manager for Maya Lansky in Havana and other places. Lou Costello's father was from Italy. In Italy the name was spelled Cristillo. Lou Costello got Dean Martin into show business. Lou provided Dean Martin the money for his nose job before Dean made it big in show business. Lou's daughter later married Dean's son. Lou Perry and Costello both got Dean Martin into show business. Costello had great clout with MCA. Costello got disgusted with Dean Martin in 1945 when Dean ran up bills, which he charged to Lou Costello. Later Dean ignored Lou at a casino and also got Lou Costello ticked off. Dean's first wife was Betty McDonald. Betty's father was Bill McDonald. See what I've written on the McDonald's role in the Illuminati. Betty McDonald Martin became known for being a party-throwing alcoholic while neglecting her children. Carol Costello married Dean Martin's oldest son. One of Lou Costello's friends was Mickey Cohen. Frank Costello rubbed shoulders with the Rockefellers, with Lucky Luciano, and other powerful underworld figures, Costello controlled NY Mayor William Zero-Foot Dwyer. Frank Costello was also the owner of Alliance Distributors, who are the sole American distributors for Whiteley Company of Scotland. Scotch drinkers like the orange-brown Scotch of the famous King's Ransom Scotch, as well as the House of Lords Scotch. They may not realize that Costello was the sole distributor of these drinks, which were imported through him from Scotland. Ray Ryan, a young Texas oil tycoon, went into at least one petroleum lease venture with Frank Costello and Frank Erickson. Ray Ryan was friends also with Dean Martin. Ray Ryan was the godfather for Ricky Martin. His Mount Kenya Safari Club had an elusive membership, including such Illuminati members as Winston Churchill and Prince Bernard of the Netherlands. Ray Ryan was involved with the Malia when someone blew his Lincoln Continental up. The blast had been so powerful part of Palm Springs had its power knocked out. Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis, Jr., Peter Lawford and Joey Bishop were known as the Rat Pack. All of the seamen were connected to the Mafia, and some, if them were Satanists, such as Sammy Davis, Jr. and Peter Lawford. In 1960, these men posed together outside of the Sands Casino for a picture where they performed together. This picture of the Rat Pack is in the book Dino. Living High in the Dirty Business of Dreams by Nick Tosches. Another picture of Dean Martin taken around 1954 shows him with Marilyn Monroe and Avril Harriman. Avril Harriman was in the Illuminati. Marilyn Monroe was a monarch sexual slave for the elite. Marilyn was a presidential model sexual slave for JFK. JFK was part of the Kennedy Illuminati family, and he often spent time with members of the Rat Pack. The Hollywood Reporter described Dean Martin as a hypnotically attractive, homegrown American monster. Frank Sinatra was a very cool man too. Dean Martin, Dino Crossetti, grew up in Steubenville, which was known for its gambling and prostitution. A white slavery ring that kidnapped beautiful women for whorehouses was headquartered in Steubenville. James Vincent Tripodi of the Mafia ran Steubenville. A popular saying in Steubenville among the youth was learn to steal, learn to deal, or go to the mill. Dino became a dealer at the Rex in Steubenville. Run by Cosmo Quattro, Jerry Lewis, a close associate to Dean Martin, said, "No one ever got to know him, not even Betty, his wife." Herman Hover, who lived at 606 North Bedford Drive in Beverly Hills, bought his mansion from the Vanderbilts. Howard Hughes did a lot of his business at the mansion. Mickey Cohen, General. J. Wainwright, Howard Hughes, James Roosevelt, FDR's son, and many other prominent people would go to Hover's Ciro nightclub. Later they would go over to Hover's mansion. The mansion was a place of frequent parties that Dean Martin and others of his group would go to. In defiance of NBC standards, Dean Martin, for his Dean Martin show, was going to show off women trained as animals. Dean Martin would walk on the show with a voluptuous gal in a tiger outfit on a leash that Dean would hold. The girl would then be telling Dean at every chance that she was not a girl, but a fellow. When Dean married Kathy Horn in 1973, Frank Sinatra was his best man. Frank received a diamond-studded golden cigarette lighter with an obscene inscription. Dean worked many years for MGM Grand, which now is built as a pyramid in Las Vegas with Monarch programming going on in it. The theme inside the MGM is the Wizard of Oz, which is for Monarch programming. To understand the Wizard of Oz mind control programming, the reader needs to get this author's various writings on the Monarch programming, which includes an illustrated guide to Monarch programming and other writings. Bob Hope, an MI6 agent who was used extensively in WWE. Two toe-trigger mind-controlled military men with the proper hypnotically embedded trigger words received his own mind-controlled sex slaves after the war. One of these slaves of Bob Hope also worked for the Illuminati's Council of Seven. This author, Fritz Spingmeyer, knows her, and she is one of the few Illuminati slaves who has been deprogrammed. While she was a slave for Bob Hope, he loaned her to Sammy Davis, Jr., Dean Martin, and Richard Nixon, to name a few. More about this monarch slave, which was used as a courier and a sexual slave, shortly. Let's explain some about Bob Hope. Because the previous paragraph may present the reader some difficulties, let's temporarily digress into the entertainment field's connections to the elite. The Caesars and the medieval kings recognized the importance of controlling the people with entertainment.
One night at least.
The occult world has long been connected with entertainment. During WW2, the US and UK used almost everyone in the entertainment fields to help with the war effort. There have been numerous connections in this author's research about the Illuminati, CIA mind control, which connects back to the USO. The American military entertainers that traveled in USO units on tours. The story about how the USO was used to carry messages to mind-controlled agents and military men would include many names, including Quent Reynolds, Bruce Cabot, Joe E. Brown, Andy Devine, Candy Jones, Jessica Wilcox, and some men lesser known such as Wheeler, who later became known as the programmer Dr. Black. The military apparently was already using programmed killers to carry out deadly assignments. Bob Hope and the USO was used to carry trigger words to these mind-controlled people. For many years, the world's experts in running spies the British Empire under the control of the Illuminati have been using certain professions for spying. For instance, postmaster generals are used for spying because they can control the secret spying on mail. An example of this, Benjamin Franklin, postmaster general for the colonies, was an important spy for the Illuminati's British trading companies, the British government in colonies. To understand his role in the Illuminati, contrived American Revolution, read Chapter 3.4. In My Be Wise as Serpents. Likewise, what better person to pick than Bob Hope to run messages worldwide? Bob Hope was British, and MI6 knew they could trust him. Bob Hope has an excellent ability to learn and say lines. Bob was and still is great with words, knowing how to fit them together, and to make puns and double and triple meaning sentences. His ability to construct sentences with double meanings was a great cover for the hidden messages he transmitted for Allied intelligence during the war. If you want to keep a secret, the best place is out in the open. The British and American intelligence agencies know this. Some of their greatest secrets are out in the open, where no one suspects what they are. Bob Hope, who was already a radio and movie star before W.W.2, was given wide publicity as he traveled all over for the USO. The entertainment groups for the military, Bob Hope was just an entertainer, and yet he visited Roosevelt, Churchill, Eisenhower, Pat Tan, and all kinds of military men. Bob traveled all over the world to every front during the war, including England, Africa, the South Pacific, the east and west coasts of the US, the Caribbean, Panama, etc. Heckled fit all kinds of signals into his jokes and talks, and no one would be the wiser. Under the disguise of building moral by being a comedian, Bob could go anywhere. Because he always was making jokes, no one took him seriously. Bob Hope was a courier, a message bearer of coded messages. Sometimes the coded messages almost seem to jump out when you look at his wartime talks M16 and Mrs. Section BIA under the supervision of London's W Board and 20 committee oversaw the running of double agents and mind-controlled couriers and mind-controlled spies. Special Intelligence Service SIS for the British dealt a great deal with mind control of all types. Tavistock Institute of Human Relations was part of SIS's mind control capabilities. Men like Tavistock's hypnotist, mind control expert Eric Trist, were willing to perform mind control on British civilians or military men. Over the last 45 years, perhaps the most popular place for couriers to be signaled to meet was by someone holding a bird in a cage, or at a shop with bird cages. The allusion to carrier pigeons is so obvious. Look at a caption speaking of wrens with a cartoon from Bob Hope's book I Never Left Home, NY. Simon & Schuster, 1944, written in 1944 during the middle of W.W.2. The cartoon shows Bob chasing a girl with a bird cage and saying tweet, tweet, tweet. Hypnotic commands are given 3 times. What seems like a harmless cartoon looks more like a signal telling people that Bob Hope is in charge of a flock of carrier pigeons, couriers. When talking to a group of soldiers during the war, Bob said, "In London the bobbies caught a guy walking around in the fog with a bird cage giving the mating call, but the American consul got me. There is a great deal more that could be written. Perhaps books, but Americans need to understand that MI6, British intelligence, started, trained and still control American intelligence. Remember that Canada entered W.W.2 along with Britain, and the British set up one of their best secret agent training schools between Whitley and Oshawa, Ontario, in a place called Intrepid Park. The agents called it the camp, or the farm. Now the CIA has their own camp, or farm, which is Camp A, where they carry out mind control. The British named this British Security Coordination Special Training School No. 103 and Hydra. STS 11-3. Some people called it Camp X. When the war broke out, the Amer, FBI, OSS, SOE, SIS, BSC, and the Canadian RCMP all sent people to be trained at the secret Camp X hidden on Lake Ontario's North Shore across from the US-CAN border. British SOE, Special Operations Executive, set itself up for business in New York City, and during WW2 directed operations from there. Let's get back to explaining about Frank Sinatra, a man who spent time visiting with the Rockefellers, the European and American Rothschilds, and other powerful figures including Bob Hope. Frank Sinatra, who is well known worldwide for his cruelty, would serve as the handler for Bob Hope's mind-controlled slaves when she sexually serviced men in the Rat Pack. In other words, Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin knew the cues, the trigger code words to get this slave to sexually serve them, especially Frank. Because Dean knew about the Monarch programming, that is why he had the audacity to want to bring a slave on his show on a lease in a tiger outfit. During the obedience training of a sexual slave, they have an expensive collar put on the man. Their mind control programming for all sexual alters from infancy up is that they are cats. These slaves have cat alters, personalities, who are spin kitten alters. When Dean Martin, as an older man, would sexually get younger women like Andre Boyer, a 19-year-old student at UCLA, there is a good chance that Andre and others like her were under mind control. Frank Sinatra's parents were Natalie Dolly Della Garavanti from Genoa and Anthony Martin Sinatra from Catania, Sicily. His mother was a cigar-smoking, cruel, foul-mouthed woman. Dolly was a midwife and abortionist before it was legal. Dolly didn't always escape legal detection for her illegal abortions. Just one of the times she was hauled into court was on February 27, 39 in a Hudson Special Sessions Court. Frank's parents always had money, and so Frank grew up as a child who always had money. He would share it with other kids, if they would be his friend. Frank was known as a lazy and mean boy as he grew up. He still did not have a steady job by the age of 20 and was still living off his parents. Frank's mother then decided to get him into singing. Due to his mother, Frank got some singing jobs and started going somewhere in life. After struggling for years, Tommy Dorsey got Frank Sinatra on the road to success with his band. Tommy Dorsey and Frank's mother got along great. Frank Sinatra wanted to emulate Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, who was boss of Nearder Incorporated. Let's digress for a minute and explain that the Illuminati will use the mafia for murders which don't have formal approval of the Illuminati hierarchy to carry out. About 30% of the dirty work for the Illuminati is carried out by the mafia. The Illuminati have their own death squads, which are superior to the mafia, but individuals must approach one of the councils for approval to assassinate. Often it's easier for those in the Illuminati just to put an unauthorized contract out on someone. The mafia are often willing to make a business deal. The mafia are intertwined with the occult, and some of the mafia are involved in rituals, mind control programming, etc. However, there are a number of mafia who are only in it for the business end, like many in the Yakuza. They are appalled at the heartless things that the Illuminati are doing, such as turning a whole generation of young people into drug addicts, etc. Some of the mafia have much higher codes of honor than the generational Satanists. Frank Sinatra's hero Bugsy was associated with all the mafia heads, such as Charlie Lucky Luciano, who controlled Marilyn Monroe as a slave, and Frank Costello. The New Jersey underworld kingpin Willie Moetti, aka Willie Moore, was Frank Sinatra's neighbor in Hasbrouck Heights. Bugsy was a cruel man. Frank was in total, or of Bugsy, almost enthralled to the point of worship. The Illuminati turned to Bugsy, and then later to the Gambino family when they needed someone killed. Later, Bugsy got on the bad side of other mafia chiefs and was killed by them. Frank Sinatra had a quick way of alienating people with his controlling anger. Frank alienated William Randolph Hearst, Jr. at a party by fighting with him. The Hearst papers started giving Frank bad publicity after the fight. Frank's agent and friend George Evans flew to Hollywood, and through Marion Davies, who was William Randolph Hearst's mistress for many years, he was able to get into the old man William Randolph Hearst, Sr., who was ill. Frank was properly contrite and got the old man to like him. Apparently, with Marion Davis and the old man Hearst on his side, Frank was able to overcome the son's orders to the Hearst papers to give Frank negative publicity. After his visit with Marion and Hearst, Sr., Frank began to get positive publicity again. For those who need to bear in mind it, the Hearst family is an Illuminati family, and the Hearst Castle in Calif, which is owned by the state of California, as a park continues to be used for rituals for the Illuminati hierarchy. Of special note is that Marion Davis was connected to the Van Cleve family, which is another family which has intermarried with the Van Dyne family along with the Costellos. In case the reader missed it in a previous article, a prominent member of the Van Dyne family, who headed California's Teen Challenge, helped get Billy Graham's ministry started. This person is a member of the Illuminati, as well as being a Christian minister. I am intentionally not mentioning his name. William Randolph Hearst paid for the first 3 years of Billy Graham's ministry. There are a number of people of the Van Dyne bloodline in the Illuminati who are also Christian ministers. I can't give my sources, needless to say they are several people who have been escaping the Illuminati. In the final analysis, we can say that several Illuminati members of the Van Dyne bloodline helped in the establishment of Billy Graham having a big crusade ministry. Frank Sinatra rubbed shoulders with many of the Illuminati. That doesn't mean that he was a member. It is possible that his mafia ties are why he was so well received by Illuminati kingpins. The Illuminati has a history of sharing their mind-controlled slaves with the mafia. Even slaves who are members within the Illuminati are shared. However, the Illuminati always ensures that they have final control over a slave's programming. One of the people who was a drummer with the Tommy Dorsey Band for a while was William Joseph Bryan, Jr., aka William Joseph Bryan and William Jennings Bryan III, etc. William Joseph Bryan, Jr. was a CIA mind control programmer. He programmed people when he was with the Air Force as Chief of Medical Survival Training, which was a covert brainwashing section, if the Air Force. Bryan opened up his own hypnotherapy institute on Sunset Strip in Hollywood, where he programmed some people in acting for the Illuminati. Bryan was the person who programmed Sirhan to kill Robert Kennedy. He also hypnotized Albert D.I. Salvo. After Bryan died in spring 1977, the CIA cleaned out all of his files, including his home files. Bryan was a 6'1.5" fat satanic priest in the old Roman Catholic Church. The CIA and the Illuminati have connections in this offshoot of Catholicism. Bryan was a descendant of William Jennings Bryan, the Mason who supposedly defended the creation view in the Scopes monkey evolution trial. W.J. Bryan, III, or Jr., was a frequent guest in many fundamentalist churches in Southern California. It's interesting how the Tommy Dorsey Band had both Bryan and Sinatra in it, since both men would going to be involved with satanic mind control in the future. William J. Bryan spoke to many judges, so it is possible he used his law degree to get him appointments with dirty judges that needed training about the Illuminati's mind control program. In William J. Bryan, Jr.'s book entitled The Chosen One: The Art of Jury Selection, Bryan teaches how to use hypnosis on jury members to win one's case. On the back of the book the author is described, in addition Dr. Bryan served as an electronics engineer in the Navy in World War II, was director of all medical survival training for the United States Air Force, and a leading expert on brainwashing. William J. Bryan was the technical director for Frank Sinatra's movie Manchurian Candidate, which is a film which was used to scare Americans into thinking the enemy was carrying out mind control. This was so that if the Illuminati CIA horrible trauma-based mind control was ever discovered, that the CIA would be justified in the minds of Americans for the horrible things they were doing. Illuminati mind-controlled slaves were forced to watch the movie Manchurian Candidate to further enhance their feelings of helplessness. Frank Sinatra made the movie by getting the rights from the book's author for the story. The author had, as far as I know, only stumbled upon what the Illuminati and their intelligence agencies were doing. Frank Sinatra squelched the second release of the Manchurian Candidate film, so it is clear that their entire movie was an affair carried out by the CIA to squelch the true story and to intimidate those thousands of mind-controlled slaves that they created. This article has elaborated on the Costello family and the Van Cleave family, which are branches of the Van Dynes. Interestingly, the elite Bohemian Grove, which has been used as a site for satanic rituals for over 25 years, has Joseph V. Costello, Jr. and Peter Van Cleave as members. Peter Van Cleve stayed in the bungalow called Oz when he was at the Bohemian Grove. Several Illuminati survivors have indicated that the Van Dyne shave power in California. If the Van Dyne's family power is via the Costellos and Van Cleves and other unmentioned offshoots of the family, then finally the secrecy protecting the powerful Van Dyne satanic bloodline may be cracking for the first time. The Van Dyne family have changed the spelling in their name. One group spells it Van Dyne. Vance Van Dyne is an important NWO figure who graduated from Yale. He is an Episcopalian and has worked with the big international bankers. He was born in San Francisco, but lived in New York City area. He has been on the board of DIR, of the German-connected Währungsbank Capital Corporation. Another Van Dyne of note is Harold Foster Van Dyne, Jr., who has been a famous architect. He has been a major figure in the Troy, Michigan company of Straub, Van Dyne and Associates. Bloodlines of Illuminati. By Fritz Springmeier, 1995. The Merovingian Bloodline. This page has been prepared to provide some type of table of contents to the various items which will be included in this chapter, the 13th Satanic Bloodline. In my writings, this bloodline has been interwoven into the text of many articles, but it hasn't been singled out very much. Although a great deal has been written by this author on this final family, to pull out articles which concentrate on it solely is difficult. After assembling some pages on it, a few words of explanation was still needed. Allow me to briefly explain those items which were selected. An article on the top family that appeared in February 95 newsletter on page 73, an appendix to the Be Wise as Serpents book about the British royalty. The British royalty are tied in with the 13th bloodline. Many of the American political leaders have been related to the British royalty, including George Bush and Dan Quayle. A flyer from a Christian conference is included showing who the speakers are. Finally, a little of the genealogical information I assembled on the Mormon Leaden is given. This was included in the Be Wise as Serpents book to give people an idea of how the Mormon Leaden hippies back in with the leading occult bloodlines of the Merovingian dynasty. The chart for LDS President Albert Smith is only about 1/3 typed out. The remainder of Albert Smith's, as well as other Mormon Leaden, genealogical work is in a file in some unknown box at my house. This bloodline is harder to track because it weaves in and out of the other 12 bloodlines. There are many surnames which are part of this bloodline, including the Smith family. However, I can give one very prominent one, the Sinclair family. We know that Satan is the father of all lies, and Christ told the religion's Leaden, who went out to destroy him, that they were from the seed of Satan. Second feature article, the 13th Illuminati bloodline. The 13th Illuminati bloodline is where the Antichrist will come from. This bloodline believes that ethers both the holy blood of Jesus and the blood, or seed, of Satan in its bloodline. In my Be Wise as Serpents book, I make reference to this bloodline, but I never really took the time to explain it completely. In fact, I don't fully understand this bloodline myself. I encourage those who want to learn more about this bloodline to study the following books. Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Lincoln, Lee and Balgent, The Messianic Legacy. The Temple and the Lodge Crusaders of the Grail by J.R. Church, The Antichrist, King Juan Carlos by D.R. Charles R. Taylor. This bloodline is so extensive in its many branches that its membership takes in many of the presidents of the United States, including George Hush and George Washington. The reason that I gave the genealogies of some of the Mormon presidents to people back in 1991 in my Be Wise as Serpents book is that all of the Mormon presidents in history, whether LDS or LDS, trace their blood back to this 13th bloodline. Within the Illuminati rituals, the emphasis of the 13th bloodline is that they are the seed of Satan. As their secret story goes, they are the direct descendants of Jesus' spiritual brother Lucifer. Since the Freeman family and the Rothschild family have members who are also in the 13th bloodline, it is unclear to me how interwoven the seed of Satan is. Some of the earliest attempts to trace the seed of Satan were some books, which did extensive research in the tribe of Dan and the descendants of Cain. The Curse of Canaan is an interesting book along with its mate World Order by Eustace Mullins Point. One of the books, which I looked with difficulty for before finding it, was Gerald Mass's A Book of Beginning, Secaucus, New Jersey, University Books Incorporated, 1974. The book goes in and shows in detail how the inhabitants of the British Isles came originally from Egypt. This is important because, as this newsletter has always contended, the Druidism of the British Isles was simply a derivative from the Egyptian satanic witchcraft or magic of ancient Egypt. The Egyptian word Makhort, clan or family, became the Irish Macu, and the Macu of the Donalds, clan of Donalds, now reflected in the name MacDonald. The sacred keepers of the clan stone in Arran were also known by the family name of Clan Chattans. Another word for clan is Mac, and the Clan Chattans were also known as Macintosh. Partarik, the name of the Egyptian god Partar, was passed down to us by the Druids adopting the name Patrick, which sounded similar. St. Patrick's Day, then, is a Christianized form of a Druidic holiday, which originally had its origins in Egypt. The all-seeing eye can be found on ancient buildings in ancient Chaldea, in ancient Greece, and in ancient Egypt. The seeing eye represents Osiris. Osiris had debauched revelries, Saturalias, celebrated in his honor. The temples in Arabia clear back in the time that Moses had his black father-in-law Jethro used the all-seeing eye to present the false satanic trinity of Osiris, Isis and Horus of Egypt. This seeing eye pops up everywhere the Illuminati has been. In the Winter Palace Square in St. Petersburg, Russia, is that Illuminati all-seeing eye on top of a pyramid. You will also see it in the old Mexican Senate building, which is now a museum in Mexico City. You will find this on the back of our $1 bill, and you will find the all-seeing eye was placed on Ethiopian stamps when they got a communist government in power. The Illuminati is the continuation of the mystery religions of Babylon and Egypt. And the bloodlines of the Illuminati go back to people who at one time lived in Babylon and Egypt. Just how the house of David, the satanic one, and the holy blood of the 13th family fit in with everything else in history I can't say. I'm sure it would be a big story to tell if I knew. But I do feel that somehow the 13th Illuminati family goes back to ancient times. Is this via the tribe of Dan, or via some Druidic bloodline? Or is it via the Merovingians? Or is it via all 3 foot? And where do the Guelphs and black nobility fit into this? Whatever the case, the 13th bloodline has amassed a great deal of power and wealth on this planet. The 13th bloodline lacks nothing to bring forth their Antichrist, who will appear to have all the correct credentials. I would not even be surprised if their Antichrist, in order to appear real, will expose another Antichrist. The 13th bloodline has kept its genealogies very secret. I would welcome more input from informed persons about this bloodline. The tribe of Dan was prophesied to be the black sheep of the nation of Israel, which would bite the other tribes of Israel. The tribe of Dan had the snake and the eagle as its 2 logos. The tribe of Dan left its calling card all over Europe as it migrated west in the names of many places. The tribe of Dan ruled the Greeks, the Roman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and many others which used the eagle as its logo. Great Britain is the mother country of Satanism. 1 Scotland has long been an occult centre. The national symbol of Scotland is the dragon, the snake, and for years the chief of Scotland was called the dragon. The Gaelic language is an important language for Satanism, although English and French are also used extensively by the Illuminati. The planning sessions for world takeover that some ex-Satanists experienced were held in French. The British royal family have long been involved with the occult. For more information on this, there is a detailed examination of the royal family and the occult in the book The Prince and the Paranormal, The Psychic Bloodline of the Royal Family by John Dale.
OMG.